Chapter 13-14. The evil dragon, who was facing this wave of attacks, was shocked. Even though he was extremely powerful and was known as an immemorial almighty, he was still only able to sever one corpse. He didn't know how many more years he would need to cultivate before he could reach the second level. However, his cultivation base was already at a very, very powerful level. This kind of battle atmosphere was extremely beneficial to him. It was enough to greatly shorten his journey to the second level. However, this Wu people guy in front of him had already reached the third level. Is this a joke? But. If this guy has really severed 3 corpses, why is his cultivation still so weak? More importantly, as someone who has already severed 3 corpses, even if he isn't a sage, he should be on par with 1. Why is he so weak? What is going on? The evil dragon was suspicious, but he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned his evil corpse and carefully fought the Great Flood Witch. After a few hundred moves, he finally confirmed that the Great Flood Witch was right. This wasn't the fucking 3 corpses at all. It was just a special secret technique. Maybe he had never seen this kind of secret technique before, but this is definitely not the 3rd level. After confirming this, the evil dragon was so angry that he almost fainted. You scared the hell out of me. You're actually a fake. How preposterous. I've always been curious. This guy clearly entered the Tao through killing on the battlefield, and this kind of cultivation is the most powerful. If he really severed 3 corpses, how could his combat power be just like this? He's almost as strong as the demon ancestor. I'm afraid I would be smashed into meat paste by his 8 hammers. Even my primordial spirit wouldn't be able to escape. Now he understood. It turned out that it was just for show. It had a form but no substance. Damn, I almost scared the hell out of him. I've been roaming around for tens of thousands of years. Today, I almost peed my pants. Thinking about this, the evil dragon couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. He immediately used all his strength and attacked like a crazy demon. However, the members of the wizard tribe had always fought against the heavens and the earth. The stronger they met, the stronger they became. This was especially true for the Great Witch of the Flood. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer danced powerfully, almost smashing a hole in the blue sky. It was as if the Milky Way had turned into a waterfall, and the Flood Witch was right below it. She didn't let a single drop of water fall. Even though he was unavoidably at a disadvantage, his heaven-devouring aura made it seem as if he had the upper hand. He was full of pride. He looked down on everyone. He fought against the world. Facing an opponent like this, the evil dragon was so frustrated that he couldn't say anything. I'm fucking at an advantage, but why do I feel like I'm being suppressed? His cultivation was higher than his opponent's, and his battle prowess was stronger than his opponent's, but his aura was completely suppressed. How could such a strange thing happen in this world? It's not like I haven't fought with the mighty figures of the sorcerer tribe in the past, but I've never been so aggrieved. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He opened his mouth and a long whip flew out. This was the evil dragon's natal weapon. The whip whizzed through the air and turned into countless azure dragons. They roared in the air and surrounded the Flood Witch, biting and tearing at her. The Flood Witch roared, and a misty flame suddenly spread out from her body. She condensed her essence energy into flames, and her primordial spirit swallowed the fire of the world. She went against the wind and forcefully resisted the evil dragon's whip. She roared and fought fiercely. At this moment, the Flood Witch's battle intent filled the sky and swept through the universe. No hero in the world dared to stop her. Evil dragon. The Flood Witch's 8 hammers became the size of mountains at the same time. She smashed them down crazily and roared, "You fought against Zhu Wu of the Wu people before. Today, how do you think I flood, compared to the ancestors of the Wu people? Evil dragon. You once fought against the Kuanping. Today, how do you think I, flood, compare to the Kuanping? I don't need your answer, and I don't need to compete with anyone. The flood witch's maniacal laughter shook the world. I am the flood. I am not anyone else. My life's hope, let me tell you, is to live. I want to live vigorously. Even if I die, I want to die so that the universe will lose its color and the heaven and earth will be moved. Fight, I want to fight until I'm crazy and crazy. I've always valued friendship and kept my promises. I have principles and a bottom line. Therefore, it's easy to find friends in my life. However, it's hard to find a mortal enemy. Today, you, evil dragon, can help me practice my hammer. Ever since I mastered the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, I've never used my full strength. I've never fought to my heart's content. Today, I want to thank you. Let me use my full strength and give it my all. Great! Great! The flood witch laughed maniacally. She was extremely excited and arrogant. She had never talked so much before, and she had never been so crazy. However, at this moment, she was fighting and shouting at the same time. She forgot everything and focused on fighting the strong enemy. She no longer cared about winning or losing. She didn't care about whether she had the upper hand or not. At this moment, she only wanted to use her full strength and even burn her life and soul to fight to her heart's content. Just as she said, it was easy to find friends, but a mortal enemy was hard to find. This sentence might be the opposite for others, but for the flood witch, it was extremely appropriate. His demeanor, his persistence, his principles, his promises, and his character. Even if she had a blood feud with him, when the flood witch was mentioned, she would only have hatred. There would be no hatred or resentment. If they had the chance to kill the flood, they wouldn't let it go. However, they wouldn't scold him behind his back. The flood witch was such a person. Even if she was an enemy, she had to be respectful and respectful. In this aspect, no one in the 3 continents could compare to her. In this life, she had interpreted the words open and aboveboard to the extreme. At this moment, she opened her arms and fought with all her strength. Her aura was shocking and peerless, and her fighting spirit swept through the universe. Even demon ancestor Rahu and the god-slaying spear, who were watching from the back, opened their eyes at this moment. They were unprecedentedly focused. The god-slaying spear came out with a buzz. What a strong fighting spirit! What a powerful aura! Who is this person? After seeing the 2 sides of the battle clearly, demon ancestor Rahu sighed deeply. As expected of the descendant of Pangu's bloodline. Even though his actual strength is slightly weak, but with such a peerless aura, even the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the past could not compare to him. Or I should say, this aura has only appeared on one person since ancient times. Pangu. With a solemn look in his eyes, Rahu, the ancestor of demons, stared at the great magus of the flood, who was fighting fiercely and charging forward with an indomitable will. He sighed softly and said, Magi. Another ancestor of Magi is going to appear in the world. As expected of the War of the Great Era, another calamity will appear. This rising star of the Wu people is the type that is invincible the moment he appears. This kind of person, as long as he grows up enough, no matter who he faces, he will be invincible. As if agreeing with demon ancestor's words, he took out the evil dragon whip and forced the flood witch to condense her essence energy into flames. In front of the evil dragon, which should have been at a disadvantage, the flood witch didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Instead, she fought fiercely, and her aura became more and more earth-shaking. It was as if her blood was boiling, and her body was emitting clear flames. The flames became deeper and deeper. In the end, azure flames shot into the sky. Even the Thousand Souls nightmare hammer was covered in azure flames and burned fiercely. At the end of the battle, the Flood Witch unexpectedly withdrew her 3 clones. She used only her hammers to fight the evil dragon. Come and fight. Come and fight. Come. 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 As they fought to their heart's content, green flames started to appear in their eyes. With a boom, the azure flames rushed out of her eyes like rolling thunder, and she actually managed to deflect the evil dragon whip. The evil dragon was shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, the Flood Witch didn't allow him to retreat at all. Her aura instantly increased tenfold, and she swung her hammers at the evil dragon's tail. She didn't give the evil dragon any chance. Since the beginning of the battle, the Great Flood Shaman had been at a disadvantage, an absolute disadvantage. He had fought all the way until now, and at this moment, he had gradually turned the tables from a disadvantage to a draw. Now, he had even taken the initiative and gained the upper hand. She used offense as defense, and now, she was forcing the evil dragon to retreat. Her aura was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like it was going to break through the heavens. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a change could happen. Even the legendary Children of Destiny rarely dared to brag like this. The other 11 great shamans of the Umno Alliance gathered together and looked at the flood in the sky. Their eyes were filled with excitement, surprise, and tears. Boss has broken through. Boss has broken through to the realm of Zhu Wu. Boss has finally broken through the last barrier and returned to the realm of our ancestors. God bless our clan, God bless the Wu people. The 11 great shamans were almost crying tears of joy. This feeling was so pure. There was no jealousy or envy, only joy and excitement. Among the 12 great shamans, only the Flood Great Shaman had such charisma and could do this. If it were another great shaman, all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred would have soared to the sky and filled with anger. But now, there was nothing. There was only joy. There was only joy. There was only joy. Compared to the Flood Great Witch, the evil dragon felt more and more uneasy as the fight went on. He felt even more miserable. He knew what kind of opponent he was facing. He was facing a lunatic. And he was facing an extreme lunatic who didn't care about anything. Anyone, including the sages, would be most fearful of an opponent who was almost on par with them. Or rather, the thing that scared them the most was that their opponent was a lunatic. There was no reason to talk about it, and there was no pattern to follow. There was also no saying that everyone could counter each other's attacks as they came. If you hit me, I'll hit you back. If you hit me, I won't dodge. But since you hit me, your attack will definitely wear off. At least, your strength won't be at its peak. Then, you won't be able to dodge my attack. Let's see who can't hold on first. This kind of lunatic was the most annoying. Chapter 13-15. Meeting such an opponent was the most tragic thing for an expert. But Xia Long's current situation was even more tragic than that. Because this lunatic had broken through in the middle of the battle. And the reason for the breakthrough was because Xia Long had beaten him into a frenzy. What the hell was going on? As a Xiantian life form, an ancient expert, Xia Long had seen all kinds of opponents and fought all kinds of battles. Even if he was at a disadvantage, it wasn't rare for him to be in a life and death situation. But today's battle was the most humiliating, the most speechless, the most tragic, the most helpless. And the one that made him want to curse the most. This opponent, this junior, he should have been unable to break through. Although he was Zhu Wu's direct descendant, he hadn't truly ignited his bloodline. He was still a few small realms away. But after I beat him up, I beat him into a frenzy. I beat him into a frenzy. He was forced to break through because of me. What the fuck do I have to reason with? Xiaolong felt that from this moment onwards, his name would go down in history, and he would become a legendary figure that couldn't be missed in the history books. What's more, he was a clown-like antagonist. In the future, whenever someone mentioned Xiaolong, they would probably laugh so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. Oh, it's that idiot. I know. When this guy fought with the other party couldn't beat him. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. In the end, this guy beat the other party into a frenzy and broke through. After breaking through, Xiaolong couldn't beat the other party and was chased and beaten up. What a weirdo in the ancient world. The more Xiaolong thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. This daddy was an invincible expert of a generation, second only to the demon ancestor in the demon race. But now, he had become a joke. Thus, he became even more anxious and wanted to turn things around. No matter what, he couldn't become a joke. But the more he struggled, the more excited the flood witch became. The bloodline of the ancestral witch became more and more lively, burning and expanding in all the blood vessels in his body. The more he fought, the more satisfied he felt. The more he fought, the more comfortable and satisfied he felt. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. Great! Great! Ha 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 ha, today I know that this is Zhu Wu's ultimate realm. Ha ha ha. The flood witch waved her twin hammers even more excitedly as she laughed heartily. Today, after fighting the evil dragon, I know that the witch's blood is red. I have broken through the human world's path and reached the highest peak. The evil dragon felt dizzy and almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He knew that he was really finished. This reputation could not be washed away no matter what. Because this lunatic had actually composed a poem at this moment. It was clearly a biographical poem. Regardless of whether it was written without any literary talent or was a mess, it was written when he broke through to the ancestral wizard. No matter how messy it would be recorded in the history books and remembered by all the members of the wizard race. It would be eaten by the wizards. He believed that the future generations would be able to decipher countless profound meanings from these nonsensical sentences and treat them as classics. However, in return, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame along with this poem. Every time this poem was mentioned, someone's eyes would light up and they would laugh. I know this poem. It was recited when the flood witch broke through Zhu Wu's ultimate realm and fought the evil dragon. Come, let me tell you in detail. It's a very stupid story, and it's very, very interesting. The evil dragon knew better than anyone else that this was definitely the case. Regardless of whether the demon race won or lost, there was no escape from this record. The evil dragon roared in grief and anger. The evil dragon whip exploded and he retreated tens of thousands of feet. He roared angrily, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why the hell did you recite a poem?" As he said this, he felt even more wronged. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said furiously, "Nonsensical. No literary talent. Pretentious. Despicable. Shameless and despicable. Dirty bastard. Reciting a poem in a battle. Do you have any shame?" The flood witch was stunned. She had been immersed in her cultivation and did not notice what she had said or done. When she heard what the evil dragon said, she could not help but feel puzzled. She scratched her head with the Thousand Souls nightmare hammer and said, "What? I recited a poem. What poem did I recite? What poem did I recite?" The evil dragon roared in grief and anger, "You don't know what you recited? You're asking me. Do you want me to recite it for you again?" The flood witch was even more stunned. She did not know what was going on. Even if I recited a poem. What does it have to do with you? Why are you feeling wronged? You're an ancient almighty, where's your self-restraint? The demons are indeed a race with weird brain circuits that even if I recited a poem seriously, he would almost cry. And even vomit blood. How incomprehensible, how astonishing. A voice sounded from below, Pft. Evil dragon, you can't recite a poem because you're uncultured, and you dare to mock a cultured person. Do you have any shame? My godfather is the Wu people's reclusive literary genius. What's wrong with reciting a poem? Isn't it appropriate and logical? The person who spoke was naturally Swishaoduo. When the evil dragon spat out blood, Swishaoduo's eyes lit up. He immediately went invisible and collected the blood into the Tower of Annihilation. That was the blood essence of the evil dragon's heart. It was something that he had never seen before. After collecting the blood and taking advantage of the situation, he heard the evil dragon scolding the Flood Witch. Swishaoduo knew that his godfather would not scold people or talk back, so he decided to talk back to the evil dragon himself. The Flood Witch was a little confused. Cultured person. Reclusive literary genius. Is he talking about me? Today's matter was so strange. What the hell was going on? Swishaoduo's sudden words were like adding oil to the fire. The evil dragon roared angrily, his body trembled, and his eyes turned red. He suddenly turned around and left with the evil dragon's whip. The Flood Witch shouted, "You're leaving just like that?" The evil dragon suddenly turned around. His heart felt like it was going to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "You. What do you want?" The Flood Witch said angrily, "You and I are enemies. No matter what, isn't this the right thing to do?" The evil dragon froze in place. What the fuck, what you said makes so much sense that I don't know what to say. Dark Phoenix clasped her hands behind her back and created a sea of flames between the evil dragon and Flood with her Nirvana flame. She stood in the middle of the sea of flames and indifferently said, "Flood, you have already ruined the evil dragon's reputation. What more do you want? Let's stop fighting for today." Great Flood Witch was stunned, and he felt wronged in his heart. What did I do? Did I ruin the reputation of the evil dragon? Don't you know that your words are ambiguous? Before, it was the evil dragon that was suppressing me. Now, I've finally managed to turn things around. But now that you've said those words, I don't feel that the evil dragon's reputation is good, but I feel that my reputation is bad. Everyone knows that. The evil dragon is a male. I'm also a male. Male. Watch your words. The Flood Witch scolded, "Even if you're seniors, you can't slander a good person." Slander a good person. Dark Phoenix was stunned. She was puzzled by the Flood Witch's reaction. What the fuck? Did I just slander you? The evil dragon behind him spat out another mouthful of blood, then turned into a gust of wind and flew away without even looking back. Damn, this brat is not only a lunatic, he's also an idiot. My illustrious reputation was actually ruined by such a person. Truly, this is even more frightening than death. Dark Phoenix frowned. She looked down and coldly said, "Brat over there, you've already stolen a mouthful of blood from the evil dragon's heart. Since we're enemies, I won't say anything. But now, you actually want to steal my Nirvana underworld flame? Your guts aren't small." Dark Phoenix was a meticulous person. Since Swishaoduo hadn't said anything, she hadn't noticed anything strange. But after that shout, she had locked onto Swishaoduo's movements. Naturally, she had discovered that after that brat had put away the evil dragon's blood, he had sneakily snuck under the Nirvana underworld flame and opened his mouth to eat the flames. Moreover, he had swallowed 2 flames that he actually dared to steal right under her nose. Dark Phoenix found it both funny and annoying. It was really rare to see such an audacious little fellow. Xiao Duo laughed and his body flashed, hiding behind the Flood Witch. Senior Dark Phoenix's eyes are truly sharp. I admire you, haha, haha, haha. He awkwardly laughed 3 times and then turned around to leave. Dark Phoenix was furious. Leave my heavenly flame essence behind. The Flood Witch turned around. What's wrong with a junior eating your fire? He's still a child. Dark Phoenix, dot. Do you know how shameless your words are? At this time, the Zhu Yan appeared in the sky under Xiaoduo's instructions. It cupped its hands and respectfully said, Lady Dark Phoenix, you said that today's battle would end here. Why don't we stop here? The Zhu Yan actually didn't understand why Xiaoduo wanted it to say these words. But it didn't dare to go against the little master's words. Moreover, among the 3 continents, only it had a bit of relationship with Dark Phoenix. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. Dark Phoenix's originally graceful face froze when she saw the Zhu Yan. Then, she was bewildered and her eyes widened. You are Zhu Yan. In that instant, her expression changed as if she had seen a ghost. The Zhu Yan didn't have this kind of awareness because it had always felt that it was innocent. I'm not the beast of misfortune. That's because others wrongly accused me. Of all those things, which one of them was I the one who took the initiative to do? So I'm purely the scapegoat. Thus, it cupped its hands and bowed. Lady Dark Phoenix, long time no see. This little critter has missed you. Seeing that you're still as elegant as before, this little critter is very happy for you. Scram! Who wants to see you? Happy your sister. Chapter 13-16. Dark Phoenix cursed angrily, her face changing. Zhu Yan felt wronged. Don't talk. I'm leaving. Dark Phoenix disappeared in a flash. Her speed was so fast that even the demon ancestor, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Fuck. So fast. Zhu Yan looked in the direction Dark Phoenix left in disappointment. He said with grief and indignation, I'm really not the beast of misfortune. Those were all people who wronged me. The Flood Witch rolled her eyes. Without saying a word, she turned around and left. I can't stay with this guy for too long. It's too dangerous. This battle ended once again. From 4:30 in the morning until 3:30 in the morning. Both sides had lost countless people, and many of the higher-ups were heavily injured. The 5 demon monarchs of the demon clan were heavily injured, and 2 of the 10 great demon gods were killed. One of them was attacked by Li Chenglong. Then, Pai Yibao, who had no sense of existence, shot down and killed the enemy with 1 arrow. The arrow went from the top of his head to the bottom of his pants, creating a big hole in the ground. Then, the few of them swarmed forward and shattered his physical body, demonic essence, and soul. Little White and Little Jiu's yin-yang halo enveloped the entire battlefield. With a spin, the Fian Celestial's soul disappeared. God-slaying spear Yen Shirsi smacked his lips in the space of the annihilating space tower. Now, he finally had a physical body. I'm already very powerful. Let's see who dares to call me a water gun. He didn't know when Yen Shirsi started to be called a water gun because he couldn't fight. Yen Shirsi was very angry about this. Water gun. What's wrong with a water gun? Did a water gun eat your rice? Did I want to make a water gun? Didn't I want to do something else? I haven't grown up yet. Really. But now, I've started to grow up. I even have hair. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, look at the demon hair on my spear. I'll be able to kill the enemy and see red. At that time, I'll scare you to death. Then, the battle strangely came to a halt. The morale of the Allied forces was greatly boosted, and they celebrated joyfully. The Flood Witch's breakthrough was definitely a heart-strengthening drug. It made everyone see the hope of victory. The cheers almost reached the clouds. The demons, on the other hand, were completely different. The morale of the demons plummeted as they watched their two pillars successively succumb to the demonic path. The evil dragon was beaten to the point where it was on the verge of tears, and the demon horde saw it all. Although the demon horde didn't know what was going on with Lord Evil Dragon. Why was he suddenly forced into a stalemate when he had the absolute advantage? Then, he fell into a disadvantageous position and fled in the end. However, their morale had also collapsed along with Lord Evil Dragon's defeat. The black demons retreated like a tide. The construction of the demon race's camp was also very strange and different from the rest. Many of them had tents covering large pits, and some had even dug a hole with dozens of tents squeezed inside. And one of the consequences of this was that all kinds of flavors were mixed together. When one of them farted, there were at least dozens of people cursing together. The smell of feet, sweat, and farts mixed together. Of course, there was also the smell of food. Many demons were holding large basins and eating with relish in such an environment. The high-level commanders of the demon race all knelt in front of the cave where Rahu the demon ancestor was in seclusion. The cave had already been sealed by the demon ancestor, and even the evil dragons and dark phoenixes couldn't enter. Ancestor, please act. All of the commanders of the demon race knelt down and kowtowed, begging in unison. At this point, they could already tell that if demon ancestor Rahu didn't act, there would be no hope of victory at all. They had just returned when they were attacked head-on. Millions of demons had been killed in an instant, and countless civilians had suffered the same fate. Tens of millions of demons had died in the Plague Coast's attack, and tens of millions had died in the Tao League's crazy battle at Skywolf Pass for 20 days, and tens of millions had died there. Now, they had come to the White Mountains, where people had been frozen to death. After fighting for so long, not only had they not taken down a single mountain, hundreds of millions of demons had already died here forever. If they had all died to weapons, it would have been fine. After all, it was unavoidable for generals to die in battle, and it wasn't a big deal for soldiers to die in battle. However, so many of them had died from poison. This caused many of the demons who liked to eat corpses to die from poison as well. This was simply an endless stream of poison. Everyone was speechless. Although the demon race still had more soldiers than the Allied army, they could still fight. However, it was useless. There was only a battle range of a few thousand miles. They didn't need many people at all. The demon race didn't have any modern weapons, but the Allied army had quite a few. Their long-range attacks rained down like rain every day. The various bombs that could destroy ordinary people and forests indiscriminately landed on the demon race's army in a large area. However, they only exploded and didn't cause much damage. After all, the toughness of a cultivator's body had long surpassed the damage limit of these conventional artillery weapons. However, they wouldn't use these when the war started. Instead, they would only use artillery to plow the ground at the beginning of the war. We don't want to kill or injure. We only want to disturb the enemy and prevent them from resting. That's enough, that's enough. This situation continued until another batch of weapons arrived. On this day, the logistics team at the rear delivered 400,000 sets of individual combat weapons. As for this type of weapon, the person who delivered it said that its inventor, Great Master G, had given this cannon a name, Little Duo Cannon. Xiao Duo's Cannon. When they heard the name of this new weapon, the billions of soldiers in the Allied army all cramped up in confusion. What kind of name was this? It really caused people's imagination to run wild. Then, another explosive piece of news began to circulate. It was said that the minister's only son, was Xiao Duo, and the creator of this Xiao Duo's cannon, great Master Ji, had known each other for a long time. They were so close that they could wear the same pants. Therefore, after Great Master Ji created this powerful weapon, he didn't hesitate to name it after his lifelong friend. Of course, these were all just rumors. Whether the relationship between the two was good to this extent or not, or even better than this, was a matter of opinion. But at least this name was enough to make people want to study Zhuo Duo. What if it wasn't just the same name, but the same body? Especially a few shamans who were laughing so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. They blocked Zhuo Duo and began to demand, "Take it off. Let us uncles see how big your cannon is. I won't take it off even if I die." Zhuo Duo naturally swore to die and almost caused a fight. These stories were all recorded in the history books. After all, the Xiao Duo's cannon was really popular. It left its name in the annals of history and was immortalized for thousands of years. From the first day this Xiao Duo's cannon appeared on the battlefield, the Allied army was shocked to discover. The power of this Xiao Duo's cannon was really shocking. It was completely insane and horrifying. The power that was shot out through this Xiao Duo's cannon was extremely concentrated. To what extent was it concentrated? Roughly, as long as it was shot out, it was equivalent to the full power attack of a Return to Mystical Realm cultivator. And it was an extremely sharp attack with a clear target. Firearms couldn't do anything to the demons and cause substantial damage. But the Xiao Duo's cannon was able to accurately hit demons below the middle level of Return to Mystical Realm. As long as it hit, it was enough to cause penetrative damage. If it hit the chest, it would leave a transparent hole. If it hit the leg, it would directly cause the leg to be gone. Compared to the large-scale explosive firearms, the power was more than 1,000 times more concentrated. And the biggest advantage of the Xiao Duo's cannon was that it could be operated by one person. The process was very simple and easy to grasp. Such a convenient and easy-to-use single-soldier weapon was more than just sending charcoal in snowy weather. It was simply a life-saving divine weapon that could affect the outcome of a battle. Zhuo Changlu immediately ordered the entire army to commend Ji Weiran and confer him the rank of brigadier general. He would enjoy the treatment of a major general. He would be given a house and bodyguards. All kinds of benefits would be given according to the highest level. There was only one request, to fully produce the Xiao Duo's cannon. Finally, it was tactfully suggested that the name Xiao Duo's cannon was too inelegant. It was suggested that it be changed. Zhuo Changlu really couldn't stand it. Because the Xiao Duo's cannon was too easy to use, it had become a new popular phrase. Even with the thick skin of the Sky Patrol minister, he more or less felt a little embarrassed. After receiving the news, the military headquarters meticulously carried out the arrangements according to the minister's instructions. Ji Weiran instantly became the key figure of the entire astral souls. After a few days of research, the name Xiao Duo's cannon was changed. It was changed to Sky Patrol Spear. It was recorded and announced to the entire nation. When Zhuo Changlu heard this name, he directly smashed a cup. What should I do if I feel even more ashamed that the other high-ranking officials were laughing so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen? Old Zhuo, you're not being nice. How can you even steal your own son's credit? Is it necessary? Is it really necessary? Of course, the Flood Great Witch was the only one who dared to speak like this. The Great Witch, who had always been serious, laughed until his whole body trembled, but he forced himself to hold back and couldn't help but say, "This is your son." Zhuo Changlu was furious. "I didn't steal it. He he he. He he he. He he he. He he he." Everyone chuckled and burst into laughter. When Yudong Tian was about to laugh, he suddenly realized and hurriedly shut his mouth. But it was too late. He was directly beaten up by Zhuo Changlu. "You motherfucker, how dare you! Of course, although the name was changed to Sky Patrol Spear, the name Xiao Duo's cannon could only be spread in private. But thousands of years later, the name Xiao Duo's cannon was much more famous than Sky Patrol Spear. With the Sky Patrol Spear, the Alliance Army's advantage was increasing. The rear supported with all their strength. They worked overtime, day and night to make the Sky Patrol Spear to support the front line as much as possible. Every few days, Guan Shanhe would bring a big bag of space rings to Zhuo Xiao Duo to deliver the goods. Chapter 13-17. Apart from the hundreds of billions of Tianji orders that Guan Shanhe had sent over, there was also the Astral Soul's jade powder that had been collected from the entire continent. The Allied army's strength was rising day by day, and they were becoming more and more powerful. As for the demon race, they were in a gloomy mood. Because no matter how much the demon race begged, demon ancestor Rahu did not appear. He did not even say a single word. It was clear that he did not want to participate in the battle. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix personally came to visit the demon ancestor. After a few hours, the demon ancestor finally said something. The saints have not returned, so we cannot act. Stall for time and wait for the wind to come. Then, he did not say anything else. But just this sentence alone was enough to make the situation clear. At least, Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix understood. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix sighed. They knew that the demon ancestor would not act and would just sit and watch. Because of this, the two felt more and more worried, and they had a bad feeling. Demon ancestor's words have a deep meaning. How could I not know about ancestor's fear? This is a killing tribulation, a great tribulation of heaven and earth. But now, only Ancestor has appeared among the leaders of the various clans in the universe. According to the ancient legends of the human clan, those who stand out will rot first. Yes, that's why the demon ancestor is afraid. He feels that he has been schemed against. At least before those people appear, the demon ancestor will not act. Even if all the demon race is dead, he will not move. I think so too. Sigh. Now that I think about it, the whole process of this return is strange. Where are those people at the peak now? Thinking about it, it's terrifying. The two looked at each other, and they could not help but feel regret. They regretted not listening to the demon ancestor's words and recklessly entering the battle. But now, it was useless to regret. Once they entered the battle, they would be in a calamity. It would be difficult to escape until the calamity ended. The two discussed for a while and decided to change their strategy from offense to defense. They had already conquered the Dao League and obtained a large amount of resources, enough for the demons to rest and recuperate for a long time. This was especially true for the Dao League. Unlike the Astral Souls or the Umno Alliance, they were constantly on the warpath, and their resources were greatly depleted. There were also countless Astral Souls jade mines in the mountains and forests, and resources were constantly falling from the sky. In addition, the original demon continent gradually began to share the chi of the ancestral land, and together, it was developing in a good direction. The demons who had two continents in their hands. Why did they have to be so greedy and occupy the land of the Umno Alliance of Astral Souls? They might as well retreat and defend for a while before deciding what to do next. As long as he waited for those elites to return, he believed that Demon Alpha would be willing to show up. Then, he would have more confidence. He believed that when that time came, everything would be clearer. The two of them quickly made a decision. However, after making the decision, they looked at each other, feeling dejected and ashamed. There's no other way. In the midst of the calamity. Since we can't succeed in one go, we can only be cautious. That's right. Otherwise, when the demons return, we will have exhausted too much strength. How will we deal with them? That's all for later. What I'm worried about now is the other party. The other party might not agree. Let's talk first. Thus, Dark Phoenix personally came to the front line of White Mountain and met with the Flood Witch and Zhua Changlu. She proposed a temporary truce and both sides made peace. When the storm rises again, we will fight to the death. Hearing this proposal, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Daoist Thunder naturally expressed his disagreement. His eyes were red as he sneered, "You want to fight and you want to fight. You want to make peace and you want to make peace. Is there such a cheap thing in the world?" Dark Phoenix crossed her arms and said indifferently, "If you want to continue fighting, we will naturally accompany you. The reason we proposed a temporary truce is not because we are afraid of you, but because we want the ancestral land to recuperate and wait for the arrival of our old enemy so that we can fight. If you don't care, then we don't care either. We will continue fighting. In the previous battle, we attacked and you defended. If we didn't attack, would you have dared to attack?" Dark Phoenix raised her head and proudly said, "The Wu people fought against the heavens and the earth. My demon race is the same. Moreover, my demon race is different from the Wu people. We don't care about our own lives, so we naturally don't care about the lives of our subordinates. We don't care about the lives of the common people. All lives are nothing but ants, nothing more than grass." His entire body was overflowing with an aura of extermination. He disdainfully said, "Dying in war has always been the inevitable result of a game. The collapse of the entire continent is nothing more than a game to us. And this kind of game. Junior, we can afford to play, but can you afford to play?" Daoist Thunder's face paled. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute. He wanted to loudly refute. He was confident that his words would be impassioned and thought-provoking, but just as Dark Phoenix said, the demon race could afford to play, but the allied army couldn't. He couldn't bear such a heavy burden. In the beginning, demon ancestor Rahu led his left and right protectors, 9 demon monarchs, and 3,000 demon gods to roam the world. Later on, they died one by one. Now, only the left and right protectors were left. 8 demon monarchs and 19 demon gods were basically all dead. But these fellows never felt sad. They didn't care about it at all. When there were many of us, we were like this. Now that we are all dead, we are still like this. We will not mourn anything, nor will we be sentimental about anything. Living beings need to mourn or feel sentimental about food. Don't you feel awkward? We can do it. Even if the entire demon race is wiped out and only the demon ancestor and a few of us are left, as long as we are still alive, it doesn't matter. Didn't we live like this? But can you humans do it? Can you bear to? Can you give up on those who depend on you?" Hearing this, the 5 swords of the Tao League were speechless. Zhua Changlu coughed and said, "Lady Dark Phoenix, we understand what you mean. But there is one point that we must take this opportunity to mention. You came to negotiate peace. No matter how you look at it, it means that you don't care. At this moment, you don't want the demon race to die out. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come. On the other hand, if all the demon race died out and only you and the demon ancestor remained, the target would become smaller. At that time, the ones who would be in trouble would be us. Because we would have to be on guard all the time, unable to eat or sleep in peace. On the other hand, you can do whatever you want. But you still care. That's why you came to negotiate peace. This point is undeniable." Zhua Changlu smiled and asked, "Does Lady Dark Phoenix think so?" Dark Phoenix narrowed her eyes and indifferently said, "That's right. Although we don't care about the lives of the demon race, but if it isn't necessary, we don't have to kill them all." Zhua Changlu indifferently said, "That way, you, who took the initiative to negotiate peace, are the weaker side. This is an undeniable reality, isn't it? Dark Phoenix was silent for a long time before she finally said, yes. If you have any conditions, you should quickly raise them. If we can't accept them, we'll just fight to the death. If we can accept them, we'll stop fighting for a while. Zhuo Chenglu said, since you took the initiative to ask for a ceasefire, we must compensate you. This is a matter of course. Just say it. We will consider it carefully. But I hope you won't ask for too much. The first condition is that the people of the Dao Li continent that are still alive must be sent to us, Zhuo Chenglu said. Dark Phoenix had an extremely unsightly expression as she said, This is definitely out of the question. Why? How can there be any living people? They have already been eaten clean. Dark Phoenix couldn't say it out loud. The resources of the places occupied by the demon race are secondary. Flesh and blood are the most important. Not only the living, but also the corpses of the dead. They are all food. Daoist Thunder flew into a rage and said, so eating people makes you very proud. Dark Phoenix turned her head and looked at Daoist Thunder with dissatisfaction and arrogance. She indifferently said, this junior of the three clear lineage. I feel that your attitude is too agitated. You have to clearly see what kind of people you are facing. Dark Phoenix lectured, you are facing the demon race, and the demon race is not the human race. The demon race doesn't have your so-called humanity. It's natural for the demon race to eat people. It's just like how you humans eat chicken, duck, fish, spirit beast, devil beast, and monster beast meat every day. What is there to be angry about? When you enjoy the delicacies cooked from beast meat, have you ever considered the anger of the wives and children of those beasts? You haven't, right? You haven't, right? Then, when the demon race eats people and swallows them, what are you angry about? Dark Phoenix indifferently said, it's just food, that's all. According to the Baldies of the Western religious sect, even wild vegetables and weeds have spirituality and life. Every grain of spiritual rice that you eat is a life. Even the mouthful of water that you drink will cause the death of hundreds of millions of creatures in the mouthful of water. The survival system of the demon race is completely different from that of the Wu people. We don't have the corresponding concept that you think is right. The purpose of eating people is only to fill our stomachs. As long as it's edible, as long as it's tasty, we'll eat it. What's there to eat? Furthermore, if the food is strong enough, like how you humans hunt demon beasts but are instead killed by demon beasts, or how we can't break through the human defense line for a long time. It's the same principle. If we talk about anger, whether we should or not, or if we should go against the natural cycle of reincarnation, those are all bullshit to the demon race. Chapter 13:18. Dark Phoenix spoke frankly and confidently in front of the experts of the three continents. His expression was arrogant, and he spoke with a condescending tone. He rarely spoke so much, but at this moment, he couldn't help but spit it out. His words were filled with ridicule and ridicule. This Daoist. Who was he trying to impress by acting like a grandson? What were you so excited about? This was simply incomprehensible and unreasonable. This was just a war between races. If you don't even understand the basic rules of the world, then what is the point of cultivating the Tao and cultivating the heart? Dark Phoenix spoke with confidence and conviction. He gently shook his finger and lightly said, you are using the ethics and morals of humans to measure the demon race and even restrain the demon race. How absurd! When his words fell into the ears of the ordinary human race, they were naturally absurd, but from the perspective of the demon race, they were a matter of course, a wise statement. And at this moment, many of the higher-ups of the Allied forces were nodding in agreement. This was because this was a race that didn't have humanity. If you were to talk about grief, indignation, benevolence, righteousness, and morality with them, wouldn't that be too stupid? Different races had completely different standpoints. There was no meaning in discussing the Tao. If you killed a school of small fish and wanted to eat them, wouldn't you find it absurd if a school of big fish came up and argued with you about whether you should kill the fish and eat the fish? At this time, a crisp voice asked, "Senior Dark Phoenix, may I ask what the rules of the world are?" Dark Phoenix raised his head and saw that the person who asked the question was a beautiful girl in plain clothes. Her appearance was like a painting, and her temperament was cold and bone-chilling. She was like an immortal from the 9 heavens, untainted by the mortal world. The one who spoke was Shuxiaonian. Dark Phoenix's eyes flickered with bewilderment and she didn't say anything for a dozen seconds. She was silent for a long time as she stared at Shuxiaonian. After a long time, she didn't answer Shuxiaonian's question. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Zhua Changlu faintly said, "Lady Dark Phoenix, this is my daughter, Shuxiaonian. She's still young and doesn't know etiquette." Seeing that Senior Dark Phoenix is knowledgeable, she rashly asked, "I hope that Senior Dark Phoenix won't blame her." Dark Phoenix shook her head and smiled. "It's not strange, it's not strange. I can see that your daughter's spirit is clear and her bones are exquisite. She is truly a proud daughter of heaven. Brother Zhua is truly blessed." Ever since Dark Phoenix had entered, although he had come to negotiate, he had been arrogant and condescending. It was as if he didn't place anyone in the 3 armies of the 3 continents in his eyes. This was naturally due to the pride of the ancient experts. But at this moment, she actually called Zhua Changlu Brother Zhua and praised him for his good fortune. Even Zhua Zhanglu almost felt overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Everyone else was also flabbergasted. Why did Dark Phoenix suddenly become so polite? Wasn't this a bit too arrogant? Wasn't this attitude change a bit too fast? Zhua Xiaoduo suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He thought, could it be that this old hoodlum has taken a fancy to my wife? Damn! I can't say anything. He took a step forward and stood in front of Shuxiaonian, blocking her. Then, he said protectively, "Many thanks for Lord Dark Phoenix's praise of my wife. It seems that Lord Dark Phoenix's eyesight is only slightly inferior to mine." This action immediately caused everyone present to not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone present was old and experienced. How could they not see through Shuxiaoduo's thoughts? They secretly thought that this brat's jealousy was too great. What kind of person was Dark Phoenix? Besides, they were all from different races. They were just putting on a show and casually praising each other. Most of them were just giving Zhua Zhanglu some face and easing the tension between them. But this brat actually took it seriously. Who knew what kind of evil vinegar he ate? Hearing Shuxiaoduo's interruption, Dark Phoenix's pupils suddenly shrank. A ball of nether flames flickered in her eyes. Her eyes were like a bottomless pool, like the boundless night sky. She stared at Shuxiaoduo's face and softly asked, Your wife? Is there even a need to ask?" Shuxiaoduo stuck out his chest, a proud look on his face. "She's my legal wife." "So what?" Dark Phoenix glared at him. "Married? In the bridal chamber." "Nonsense, we've been married for 60 or 70 years. Shuxiaoduo said. Dark Phoenix's eyes flashed. "Do you have children?" Shuxiaoduo flew into a rage. "What are you asking so many questions for? Is this something you should be asking?" Dark Phoenix nodded and sneered, "I don't think you have the ability." These sudden and unexpected words made Shuxiaoduo angry. He said, "I don't have the ability. What does that mean?" "Motherfucker. This is simply the greatest insult to me in my life, and it can't be any worse. Sua Xiaoduo raised his fist with a bang. I, the Iron Fist young master, want to fight with you. Everyone was speechless. They all looked up at the sky. This guy really dared. It was clear that he was very familiar with the past deeds of the young masters Sua Xiaoduo. But taking 10,000 steps back, do you think you can fool people with your Iron Fist young master title? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Dark Phoenix's temper was exceptionally good. He smiled and said, I've always been frank and outspoken. When I say that you don't have the ability, I don't mean anything else. But if you haven't cut off all your filth, you won't be able to do it even if you have the heart. You can only sigh helplessly. How about? He paused and looked at Sua Xiaoyan in bewilderment. Perhaps I was mistaken. Sua Chonglu and Wu Yuting's hearts suddenly moved. They subconsciously looked at each other. Wu Yuting smiled and said, Lord Dark Phoenix still hasn't answered my daughter's question. We are also waiting for Senior's opinion. However, he changed the topic without batting an eyelid. Dark Phoenix took a deep breath and said, the so-called rules of heaven and earth are nothing more than 4 words, the weak are prey to the strong. After saying that, he felt that his words were too general. He patiently explained, in other words, the human race is the survival of the fittest. For example, human food includes poultry, wild beasts, chicken, duck, fish, sheep, horses, cattle, pigs, and even powerful beasts, spirit beasts, and demonic beasts. In the end, the reason is that humans are stronger than those on the plate. Those races can only be eaten. On the other hand, if the cattle race is the strongest in the world, then humans will be reduced to cattle food. This logic is simple to say, but it is the truth. Think about it. You humans have been eating each other since the beginning of time. No matter if you are in the Jianghu or living your life at home, there will always be conflicts, grudges, competitions, and adaptations to avoid. Isn't killing or being killed in the pugilistic world another kind of situation where the strong preys on the weak? Isn't it the survival of the fittest in the workplace where the strong preys on the weak? Isn't it the survival of the fittest? In social situations, one needs to look up to others, or need to flatter and lower oneself, or be high up and give pointers. It is also the survival of the fittest. In short, it is these 4 words. The strong don't need to have any misgivings. Only the weak need to weigh everything. This is the rules of heaven and earth. It is also the law of survival. Dark Phoenix looked at Sua Xiaoduo behind Sua Xiaoyan and said indifferently, for example, I came here to negotiate today because I know that you will make a choice. You won't disregard everything and choose to fight to the death. This is where my confidence lies. Therefore, I can accept your conditions, or I can reject them. If we were in different positions, you humans would be the weaker party. If you want to make peace, we demons would most likely not agree. Because you humans need to consider the big picture and have many misgivings. You don't forget to make a choice at all times. But we demons only follow our hearts and do things. We only have misgivings about whether we can survive or not. We don't care about anything else. From this point, it can be said that we live honestly, but it can also be said that we haven't evolved as well as you. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses. So that's how it is, Sua Xiaoyan muttered. Then, she lowered her head and bowed. I've learned something. Dark Phoenix took a step back and said, there's no need to be polite. Since we've come here today, we should be frank and honest. This is fate. Everyone was at a loss. Dark Phoenix's change in attitude was truly baffling. She was completely different from the arrogant and despotic person she was when she first came in. She was even more graceful and elegant than them. Dark Phoenix turned her head and looked at Zhuo Changlu. Brother Zhuo, if you have any conditions for this peace negotiation, you can say them. As long as I can make the decision, I won't refuse. Conditions. Zhuo Changlu also had a toothache. What conditions can we have? The Dao League has already been wiped out by you. Moreover, there's no place to defend. Even if we ask you to withdraw and you agree, the people of the Dao League won't dare to return. Dark Phoenix said that the demons treated humans as food on their plate. It was already their nature and not something that could be restrained by a contract. Without the protection of a geographical advantage, how could ordinary people survive? Withdraw thousands of miles and live in peace. With the White Mountain as the boundary, we won't invade each other. Zhuo Changlu, the Flood Witch, Daoist Thunder, and the others discussed and proposed this condition. As for extorting resources, Zhuo Changlu didn't even mention it. Everyone had seen the poor appearance of the demons. How could these guys have any wealth to speak of? No problem. Dark Phoenix agreed without hesitation. Both sides clapped their hands and made an oath. Then, out of courtesy, Zhuo Zhanglu casually invited, Lady Dark Phoenix is a guest from afar. For us to be able to gather here is truly fate. How about we drink here before returning? This sentence was said in a very casual and polite manner. Everyone was listening carefully because they all believed that Dark Phoenix definitely wouldn't agree. This was just a form of verbal politeness and hypocrisy. That was all. But Dark Phoenix's next action made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. That was because Dark Phoenix had happily agreed. Okay. Chapter 13:19. Dark Phoenix smiled. I've long heard that the food of the human race is unrivaled in the universe. Today, we are fated to meet, so how can we miss this opportunity? While we're at it, I'll also take this opportunity to get drunk with my enemies. This is a special experience worth recalling in my life. He agreed. He actually agreed. Everyone almost went crazy. Do you know what you agreed to? That's our headquarters. You just agreed to sit here and drink with us. All of us, all of the peak experts of the 3 continents are here. Are you still a powerhouse of the Great Desolate Era? How can you not cherish your own life? Among everyone, only Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were deep in thought. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo was filled with vigilance. In his heart, an inexplicable feeling of irritation was growing. Lei Changtian whispered behind Zhuo Changlu, urging, he actually dared to agree. Let him taste the power of the Zhuo family's banquet. He. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. The demon race is so poor. This Dark Phoenix protector probably only has his own flesh and bones worth a bit of money left. What can we squeeze out of him? Besides, Dark Phoenix doesn't care if others accept our treatment. Lei Changtian thought for a bit and said dejectedly, that's true. But Zhuo Changlu, Lei Changtian, and the others didn't expect this. Before Dark Phoenix entered the banquet, there was still a gift. As an enemy, it's unavoidable to be afraid of attending a banquet rashly. No matter what, I'm still an elder. I obtained a hairpin a few years ago. I'll give it to my niece. After saying that, she took out a shiny silver hairpin. It looked very ordinary. Zhuo Changlu didn't decline and let Zhuo Xiaonian accept it with a smile. Countless experts only glanced at it and secretly curled their lips. The demon race was really poor. The majestic Dark Phoenix had actually gifted such a silver hairpin. And in front of so many people at that. She had truly lost all the faith she had accumulated in her 8 lifetimes. However, Zhuo Xiaonian took the hairpin and felt a sense of familiarity. She liked it very much and put it in her hair. Her beautiful hair was like a cloud. When the hairpin was inserted, only a small part of her head was left, shining with silver light. Dark Phoenix took a glance and laughed. Truly beautiful. Everyone's intestines twitched. You're a shameless bastard, aren't you? What was the point of praising him? However, he also began to find it strange. The minister had a son and a daughter, but this guy only sent one of them. But Dark Phoenix didn't mention this matter again, and everyone was too embarrassed to say anything. She was too poor, and if she brought it up again, she might fly into a rage out of humiliation. Then, everyone took their seats. Everyone thought that Dark Phoenix had stayed behind for some other purpose, such as spying on the military situation or finding out if they had regained contact with the real experts that they had lost contact with. But from start to finish, Dark Phoenix only ate and drank to her heart's content, exclaiming in admiration as she ate and drank. Her mouth never stopped. Not only that, but before leaving, she even stretched out her hand to ask for something. Give me some of your wine, give me some more. And these dishes, give me 100 or so portions of each dish. I want to pack them up. Tell the chef to make as much as possible. I can wait, the more the better. Zhuo Chonglu naturally wouldn't be stingy with this request. He directly ordered the cooks of the Allied forces to work overtime for an hour and put all the food they made into Dark Phoenix's spatial ring. Then, he also gave her several thousand jugs of wine. Lady Dark Phoenix is an honored guest, so some food is nothing. Whenever you are in the mood, you can come and take it. Although we will have a life and death battle sooner or later, this request isn't a big deal. Just treat it as fate that brought us together today. Great. Dark Phoenix laughed heartily. Not only had she eaten and drank to her heart's content, she had also returned from a rewarding trip. Before leaving, she grabbed Zhuo Chonglu's arm and sent him a sound transmission in a drunken manner. Brother Zhuo, I really envy your family. You have a son, a daughter-in-law, a daughter, and a son-in-law. You have them all. Life in this world is perfect, it has already reached the pinnacle. However, when the moon is full, it loses. When the water is full, it overflows. If you don't receive the sea or the heavens, you will still be found by regret. If there is a day when Brother Zhuo has any questions, you can come and find me. This is fate that brought us together today. Of course, if Brother Zhuo can solve it yourself, that would be for the best. Ha ha ha. Dark Phoenix howled with laughter and shouted, Great! Great! Today, I tasted the wondrous taste of wine and drank it to my heart's content. I have one more thing to rely on in my life. This trip was not in vain, not in vain. She took a step and instantly appeared 1,000 miles away. In the next instant, a ball of flame rose in the sky and Dark Phoenix's roar came from the distance. Retreat! The demon army rapidly retreated like a receding tide. The demon army had suffered repeated setbacks and suffered heavy losses. Especially after seeing Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix enter the battle, they weren't able to gain much advantage. Instead, they suffered setbacks and ran away crying. Their momentum had long since declined. Although the demon army didn't fear death, they were still living creatures in the end. If they could live, they wouldn't be willing to leave this beautiful world for nothing. Although they hadn't experienced the beauty of the Tao League before, they were still moved by it. Rather than fighting to the death here, they might as well return to the vast land they had just conquered and enjoy the fruits of war. Heavy snow swirled in the air and the night wind was cold. Zhuo Zhonglu stood in the wind and snow. He looked at the clear night sky, and felt an inexplicable chill all over his body. There was a strange feeling of bone-chilling coldness. With his current cultivation, the cold and heat couldn't invade him. He really shouldn't have such a feeling. Wu Yuting slowly stepped forward and reached out to hold her husband's arm. She could clearly feel Zhuo Chonglu's heartbeat beating like a drum. It was abnormally fast. What did Dark Phoenix say to you? Wu Yuding asked. Zhou Changlu faintly smiled. Nothing. As a man and a husband, Zhou Changlu habitually buried things in his heart. Wu Yuding faintly smiled. It's related to Nyener, right? Is it related to the Phoenix race? Zhou Changlu coughed and bitterly smiled. Dark Phoenix didn't say it clearly. But from what I heard, there was a lot of meaning. Combined with her Phoenix race background, I'm afraid there will be a lot of things in the future. Wu Yuding narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? You also saw Dark Phoenix's reaction. Didn't you see anything? Zhou Zhanglu took a deep breath and said, so, I didn't ask. Wu Yuding nodded. Yes, she understood, so she didn't ask. Only by knowing everything would one be able to move forward. If he knew what was going on now and knew what kind of expert he was about to face, he might not even have the courage to continue cultivating and fight back. These words were definitely not a joke. The more one knew, the more one would realize how little they knew and how small they were. It was never just a saying. To give a simple example, if the two of them knew that they were facing the Tao ancestors' schemes, they would definitely feel powerless and unable to continue. There is still time. Zhou Changlu took a deep breath. With the addition of the Void Extermination Pagoda, we still have time and hope. There is no need to scare ourselves. Wu Yuding sighed. The Void Extermination Pagoda is a huge variable, but it still has its limitations. For example, after Flood broke through Zhu Wu's End Realm, he can no longer enter the Void Extermination Pagoda. If he forcefully enters, it will cause the Void Extermination Pagoda to collapse. Even if we still have time, we can only cultivate to the Half-Saint Realm like Flood. If we want to go further, we can only cultivate in the outside world. If we can really reach the Half-Saint Realm like Flood, wouldn't we be satisfied? Zhou Changlu smiled faintly. In my opinion, if we can reach the Half-Saint Realm, it will be enough to deal with most of the problems. Wu people, what level of existence was Zhu Wu in the past? It is already a great fortune for us to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. If we go further into the Half-Saint Realm, we will need more accumulation and comprehension. After that, we will need a huge amount of merit as a foundation. With our merits of protecting the continent for so many years, we will definitely have the merit of saving the world. Zhou Changlu smiled. So you and I still have a high chance of becoming the strongest existence. Wu Yuding took a deep breath. That is why I said time. Zhou Changlu smiled. He turned to look at the nervous Zhou Xiaoduo and said, if you ask me, the one who has the highest chance of reaching the Saint Realm in our family is Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo's current progress is not slower than us. If Xiaoduo really grows up, he will be our pillar. Wu Yuding also turned to look at him without batting an eyelid. He is still young and inexperienced. This kid is already panicking. After all, he is still a child. He lacks the experience of time. And let him work hard to fight for his life first. Don't remind him for the time being. This brat still has the intention of lying down and needs a huge amount of pressure to add to his body. We are now in a weak position, which is actually a good thing. If we really destroy the demon race, I'm afraid he will continue to lie down and never get up again. Wu Yuding nodded. That's right. This guy is too comfortable right now. Just as they were talking, Zhou Xiaoduo walked over and anxiously asked, Dad, Mom, there is something wrong with Dark Phoenix. Did you notice anything? Zhou Zhanglu was taken aback. What's wrong? Zhou Xiaoduo was anxious. Then what did you and Mom discuss just now? Zhou Changlu pondered for a moment and said, there is no harm in telling you. The demon race's sudden peace talk is clearly not in line with the habits of the legendary demon race. I suspect that there is something fishy about this. Sua Xiao Duo was startled. Just this. Just this. How can you say such a thing? Sua Chonglu was displeased. This is a matter of life and death for billions of people. Any movement of the demon race is worthy of our vigilance. Sua Xiao Duo opened his eyes wide and said anxiously, Dad, Mom, I feel that Dark Phoenix seems to have some thoughts about Nian Cat. Chapter 13:20. Sua Chonglu opened his eyes wide. After a long while, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud. You little brat. You are really indulging in fantasy. Dark Phoenix. What kind of person is that? It has already transcended the needs of ordinary species. You really don't have any reason to be jealous. Sua Xiao Duo anxiously scratched his head. Finally, he couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Dad, Mom, how could I not know that Dark Phoenix is an almighty being from ancient times? But Nian Cat. Actually, I have long suspected Nian Cat's origin. This Nian Cat's soul has traces of ice flames. That is ice flames, Dad. Sua Chonglu frowned and said thoughtfully, Ice flames. The legendary phoenix race, the ice flames of heavenly phoenix sovereign. That's right, Dad. You don't know, but when I discovered it, I was shocked. I was so scared. Wu Yuting frowned. That's not right. Your dad and I didn't discover it, so how did you discover it? Besides, with your insignificant cultivation and shallow experience, how could you know what ice flames are and not something else? Sua Xiao Duo puffed and puffed. He winked at them for a long time before finally stuttering, this. Cough, the secret of the boudoir. Dad, Mom, you two don't have to ask about it in such detail, right? Sua Chonglu glared and was about to hit him. But he was stopped by Wu Yuting. Nonsense. Sua Chonglu said angrily. You're thinking too much. You're still young, so don't be so jealous. What secret of the boudoir, what nonsense. Scram back and cultivate properly. Don't think about such nonsense every day. Nian Cat was raised by your mom and me. With our experience, what don't we know? What don't we see? Are we inferior to you? With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and left. Wu Yuting also smiled bitterly as she poked Sua Xiaoduo's forehead with her finger. You, what are you thinking about every day? Can't you do something more serious? Before he could finish his sentence, he had already left with Sua Chonglu. Sua Xiao Duo was speechless. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? As Sua Xiaonian's husband, he boasted that he was the closest person to her in the world. To put it bluntly, Sua Xiao Duo was more familiar with Sua Xiaonian than his own parents. Once, during dual cultivation, the two of them fell into a miraculous state where they forgot themselves. It was during that time that Sua Xiao Duo accidentally discovered the terrifying ice flame hidden in Sua Xiaonian's body. That indescribable power caused even his essence fire art to tremble. However, Sua Xiaonian herself did not notice that the ice flame and the primordial fire had formed a subtle fusion. Water and fire complemented each other, and the fusion of ice and fire resulted in a terrifying cultivation speed. The same circulatory cycle was more than 10 times faster than ordinary dual cultivation. However, that kind of situation would only occur when both parties were in bliss. It would not appear at all during normal times. It was extremely rare that it could not be controlled. Therefore, Sua Xiao Duo worked harder and harder. However, because Sua Xiao Duo worked harder and harder, Sua Xiaonian became more and more afraid. Sua Xiao Duo investigated for a long time and made his own guesses. He vaguely determined that the ice flame was the supreme inheritance of the divine Phoenix clan. Even the primordial phoenix, who dominated the world back then, did not cultivate the complete ice flame 9 heavens. Mom and Dad don't believe me. It seems that I'm the only one who can protect Nian Nian Cat. Sua Xiao Duo sighed and inexplicably thought of the Phoenix Pulse spirit in Phoenix City. Nian Nian Cat, I will definitely protect you. Cultivate. Cultivate. I want to become stronger. No matter what Nian Nian Cat's identity is, she only has one identity now, and that is my wife. Sua Xiao Duo began to struggle once more. Dark Phoenix's attitude made Sua Xiao Duo feel a great sense of crisis. He had to actively deal with it and do his best to deal with it. Sua Xiao Duo hardened his heart. If Nian Nian Cat is a trap set up by the Phoenix clan. If I'm not strong enough, I won't even be able to compete with her. I've been a single dog for so many years and finally found a wife that I'm satisfied with. The two of them have only been together for a few days. How can I let her go so easily? No matter who it is, if they dare to have ideas about my wife, I'll fight them to the death. Sua Xiao Duo gnashed his teeth in anger. Looking in the direction Dark Phoenix left, Sua Xiao Duo's eyes flickered. From start to finish, Sua Xiao Duo had never suspected that Dark Phoenix had any lust for Sua Xiaonian. What he was worried about was not this point. There must be another reason. What Sua Xiao Duo was worried about was the scheme of some ancient powerhouse. This was the knife that hung in his heart. It could be considered an explanation for his many misconceptions. But what was going on? This matter had to be made clear. He didn't know what was going on, but his heart was always hanging in the air. He felt uncomfortable and paranoid every day. It was unbearable. Following the retreat of the demon army, the defensive line regained its peace. The higher-ups held meetings almost every day. There were too many follow-up matters that needed to be discussed before they could make a decision. After all, the retreat of the demon army was not only strange but also abrupt. It caught the 3 continents unprepared and they were at a loss. How could they suddenly relax like this? Right now, the allied forces of the 3 continents were undoubtedly strong and powerful. Experts were as common as clouds, and geniuses were constantly emerging. It could be said that they were filled with dazzling generals and talented people. Because of this, when they entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate again, the space around them became unstable. This indirectly proved that breakthroughs like the Flood Witch could no longer cultivate with the help of the Tower of Annihilation. Similarly, because of Zhuo Changlu and his wife's example, the higher-ups stopped cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, no matter how good the cultivation environment was, it was meaningless to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Only by fated encounters, a moment of enlightenment, and the experience of blood and fire could one complete the breakthrough. Sua Xiao Duo led a team that was not enough. Like a small team of the Dao League, they plunged into the original Dao League continent, which was now the demon race's territory. Experience. Battle. Enrichment. Stability. This was Sua Xiao Duo's goal. Ahem, one of his goals. Sua Xiao Duo's current goal was still to collect luck points, collect demon souls, and devour demon aura. While allowing Bai and Zhou to grow faster, he also allowed Yan Shixi to obtain the fastest resources for growth. Every day, Sua Xiao Duo would crazily throw out a large number of heavenly secret orders. He felt the luck points dropping continuously, the space changing continuously, and Xiao Long, Bai, Zhou, Yan Shixi, Xiao, and the others becoming stronger and stronger. There was also the Huang sword recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 13:21. Sua Xiao Duo's mood was getting better and better, and he felt more and more confident. especially when he felt that his and Zhuoxianyan's cultivation was also advancing step by step, gradually approaching the peak of primordial origin, and then beyond it. They started the most familiar process of compressing their real essence again. And every time they did so, they would have a new feeling of enlightenment again and again, that it was a kind of transcendence and relaxation after the extreme pain. It seemed that every time the door to the Great Tao was about to open, and the subtle feeling that it was no longer unbreakable and was on the verge of collapse, at this point, no matter if it was pure cultivation, sparring, or dual cultivation, it was difficult to feel any obvious increase in strength. Cough, cough. Although the feeling of enjoyment and pleasure was still increasing, making Zhuoxiaoduo unable to get tired of it, it had little effect on the advancement of his cultivation. After all, the shortcut of dual cultivation was only useful for a certain cultivation level, or rather, it was relatively effective. It was absolutely impossible to reach the peak just by dual cultivation or plucking yin to replenish yang and plucking yang to replenish yin. That was completely impossible. If one could become a sage just by doing this, then wouldn't it mean that one could just find more wives and pluck them day and night? That at least for Zhuoxianyan and Zhuoxiaoduo, they had already passed the period of rapid progress and miraculous fulfillment. But the difference was that other people might have to spend hundreds or thousands of years to pass this period, but Zhuoxiaoduo and his wife only used less than a year in the real world. Even if the time in the Tower of Annihilation was the standard, it was still less than 30 years. After all, a large part of this period was occupied by Flood, Bingming, and other high-level people. These people had sharp ears and eyes. With Zhuoxiaoduo's shallow cultivation, the soundproof enchantment set up by him was almost useless to them. Zhuoxiaoduo hated it bitterly, and Zhuoxianyan had one more reasonable reason to reject Zhuoxiaoduo. What was the point of being eavesdropped on every day? No, I'll just cut him off. In this way, the time and opportunities for dual cultivation were greatly reduced. However, it was still dozens of times faster than the average person. Of course, Zhuoxiaoduo still had a lot of potential when it came to dual cultivation. The simplest and most crude method was to trigger the ice flame during the dual cultivation, and they could once again enter the high-speed period of their dreams, the high-speed road. Even though he didn't know how to enter or how long the high-speed period would last. However, with hope in front of them, they should at least give it a try. Every bit of benefit counted. Now that the war was fierce and dangerous, there was no time to waste. And part of the reason why Zhuoxiaoduo ran out was because of this hope. Because Zhuoxianyan was shy by nature, she would not be able to let go of anything if there was even the slightest disturbance or concern in her heart. As long as Zhuoxianyan did not let go, no matter how hard Zhuoxiaoduo tried, he would not be able to trigger the ice flame. Maybe there would be other ways in the future, but at least for now, Zhuoxiaoduo really did not find any other way that would work. Based on this most basic need, Zhuoxiaoduo found a reason to run out together with the Tao League's counterattack. Of course, the reason he found was extremely noble: to destroy the devil race. To avenge the people who died tragically in the Tao League. And, for the justice of heaven and earth. This slogan caused countless cultivators of the Tao Alliance to be moved to tears. Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others were completely miserable because of Zhuoxiaoduo's arbitrary decision. Hai Hun Shan, Sha Diao, the Thunder Cat, Jin Shuijing, Hong Xiaonyo, and the others were also miserable. Now, as long as Zhuoxiaoduo had time, he would come out for a meeting. There was no other purpose in the meeting except for one thing: excitement. Well, to put it more clearly, Zhuoxiaoduo used the most vicious and unbearable words to stimulate everyone's emotions. All of you have to work harder. Sigh, I'm too embarrassed to say this. Tell me, were all of you raised by shit and urine? Forget about Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others. They come from humble backgrounds, have shallow foundations, and are weak. It's understandable. But all of you from the Umno Alliance are the descendants of the great wizards, the direct descendants. Don't you always talk about how pure your bloodline is and how glorious your ancestors are? Look at your cultivation strength and combat strength, aren't you ashamed? I'm just asking, don't you feel even a little bit ashamed in your hearts? You don't have time, trash. The devil race has returned, and the tragedy of the Tao League is right in front of us. The monster race is about to return too. Don't tell me that all of you want to become the monster race's feces and continue to feed your descendants? How long has it been? How come your cultivation strength has only improved so little? I've already provided you with such a good environment and atmosphere. Do you want to come in and fight the landlord every day? Ha! Why don't all of you die? Hai Hun Shan and the others felt wronged. Who played fight the landlord? Ever since they came in, they were either scolded or beaten. Then, they were cultivating, doing closed-door training, and practicing that how could they have time to fight the landlord. They didn't even have time to think about girls. Not to mention fight the landlord. What are all of you looking at? Do you want to quibble and say that I've wronged you? Zhuo Xiaonian had already suppressed her cultivation to the peak of the primordial chaos realm and suppressed her quintessential yuan for 51 times, while Zhuo Xiaoduo had also suppressed his quintessential yuan for 75 times. However, the speed of their cultivation this time was completely different from their previous experiences. The two of them were still unable to sense the limit of their current cultivation, and even the comprehension of breaking through to the grand heavenly realm. If it were anyone else, they would have been anxious and their state of mind would not be able to calm down. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and his wife were not anxious at all. It was a good thing that they could not sense the other side of their cultivation. They could suppress it a few more times. When their cultivation reached the limit and they could no longer suppress it, that would be the moment of their breakthrough. There was no need to be anxious. In fact, it was not just Zhuo Xiaoduo and his wife. Li Chenglong and the others were also stuck at this juncture. Although everyone had different accumulations, foundations, and combat strengths, they were all stuck at the same place. If I can't pass it, you can't pass it either. As for Hai Hun Shan and the others, they were all stuck at the Tao integration stage and breaking through to the primordial chaos realm, although the number of times they suppressed it was too little. The only exception was an exceptionally miserable fellow, Hong Xiaonyo. He had 2 large sarcomas on his forehead, and people called him Second Sarcoma Hong. Chapter 1322. No one knew if Hong Xiaonyo's character was bad or he was too ugly. In any case, he was stuck at the bottleneck of the flying heavens realm. This gap was a little too terrifying. Everyone else was stuck at the mixed essence level, why was he the only one stuck at the flying heavens realm? This was extremely embarrassing. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary person. He was from the Umno Alliance's first great wizard, the Flood Witch. Hong Xiaonyo was so anxious that the 2 tumors on his head were about to explode. However, he could not break through. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Hong Xiaonyo's cultivation could not break through. However, for some reason, perhaps because he was anxious, the 2 tumors on his forehead were growing in a straight line. They were evolving towards becoming horns. No one knew if there was a secret behind it, or if he had stopped cultivating and could not advance any further. The tumors were growing longer and brighter. Perhaps one day, Hong Xiaonyo's cultivation could not break through. However, these tumors could directly break through and become horns. By then, they would not be called Hong Erjiao anymore. They should be called Hong Erjiao. However, after everyone was stuck, Zhuo Xiaoduo's poisonous tongue finally came to an end. Because everyone had a reason to criticize him, and it was a reason full of mockery. Hee hee. We thought you had broken through. So you did not break through too. Aren't you the same as us? Who is stronger than who? He. They were amazed. No one knew where he got the cheek to criticize others for their slow progress when no one had broken through. TSK, how thick-skinned. He. After being criticized so many times, even if Sua Xiao Duo lost his temper and beat everyone up many times, he could not stop himself. Finally, Bitch Sua's mouth quieted down. The geniuses from the Omno Alliance and the Astral Souls high-fived and celebrated. They were elated, as if they had won an unprecedented great victory. That night, they opened the wine, prepared the dishes, and ate and drank to their heart's content. According to the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation, this was the first time they drank wine in hundreds of years. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Awesome! I've finally subdued this little bitch. This was the phrase that everyone said the most and repeated the most. Sua Xiao Duo was very angry, very angry. He pulled Sua Xiaoyan away. We're not going to join your filthy party. There will be a day when I will get back at him with interest. Just you wait, I'll definitely be back. After spitting out a bunch of useless and angry words, he dragged Sua Xiaoyan back to his courtyard in a huff. Why are you angry? Sua asked. Xiaoyan looked at him worriedly and said, They're just joking. Plus, they can't beat you. If they could, you would've. Cough, so don't take it to heart. Sua Xiao Duo heaved a long sigh and almost shed tears. He said, Tell me, aren't all my actions for their own good? Their cultivation had increased, and the increase was so obvious. Who would benefit from it? Wouldn't all the benefits belong to them? Why are you doing this to me? How can you bear to do this? Where's the justice in heaven? Heartless heaven, why do you have to make fun of me, a loyal and righteous person? His eyes were filled with tears, like a pear blossom in the rain. His heart was filled with sorrow, as if he was very sad. Am I wrong? I'm selfless. I'm doing this for the continent. I'm doing this for the people in the world. He continued to speak as if he had been wronged. At the same time, he held Sua Xiaoyan in his arms and sighed. Tell me, why doesn't anyone understand my good intentions? It's so obvious. Sua Xiaoyan comforted him softly, Don't be sad. Maybe you're too subtle, so no one noticed. Or maybe some of your actions are so deep in people's hearts that they can't help but ignore your original intention. Sua Xiao Duo said sadly, Now even you have to say that. I'm so pitiful. There's no one to comfort me. Sua Xiaoyan said sadly, You still have me, don't you? You're my wife. Humph, anyway, I just feel unlucky. Sua Xiao Duo sighed and said sadly, If you comfort me, isn't it the same as me comforting myself? Sua Xiaoyan was annoyed and amused at the same time. Then what do you want? Sua Xiao Duo said sadly, There's nothing to be happy about now. Last time, you didn't agree to what I said to you. Sua Xiaoyan suddenly blushed. You. Sua Xiao Duo said sadly, It's okay. I know you won't agree. I just said it. Hey, I'm going to lie down for a while. I'm so tired. His sad tone made Sua Xiaoyan even more distressed. She bit her lips and hesitated for a long time. Then, she said. It's not that I don't agree. It's just. It's so embarrassing. Sua Xiao Duo sighed. I know. Forget it. After saying that, he walked out. His back looked especially bleak. Sua Xiaoyan only felt an indescribable pain in her heart. She couldn't help but call out. Xiao Duo. Sua Xiao Duo stopped but didn't look back. What's wrong? This was a critical moment. Victory or defeat depended on this. Sua Xiaoduo tried hard to maintain his disappointment and bleakness. He stood alone at the door. His heart was beating wildly and he was looking forward to it. If Sua Xiaonian was in front of him, she would see that this guy's face was red with excitement and his eyes were shining like a hungry wolf. I promise. Once. Sua Xiaonian's voice was as soft as a mosquito. But only once. Really? Sua Xiaoduo turned around like a whirlwind. Yes, yes. You promised. You promised. Ha ha ha. Sua Xiaoduo had already rushed up to her like lightning. He waved his left hand. Forbidden enchantment barrier. He waved his right hand. Soundproof enchantment barrier. In an instant, Xiao, Bai, Jiu and the others were thrown out. Then whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of enchantments were set up one after another. And these actions didn't delay Sua Xiaoduo for even half a second. He rushed to Sua Xiaonian and hugged her. My good wife. Come come come. Let's. That night, as expected, Sua Xiaoduo triggered the icy flames in Sua Xiaonian's body. As the icy flames continued to burn, Sua Xiaoduo's primordial fire art began to fuse with it. Flaming Sun Sutra, Grand Sun True Fire, Zhu Rong True Fire, Primordial Fire, and the Dark Phoenix's Nirvana Dark Flame. These 5 types of flames were scattered in a picturesque manner. They gradually began to interact with the icy flames. Water and fire complemented each other, yin and yang converged. Sua Xiaonian's Moon Soul Sutra and Snow Phoenix Divine Phoenix art turned into icy flames bit by bit. Then, they were ignited by the Nirvana Dark Flame, creating a prairie fire. Then, they continued to circulate in the two's bodies. Sua Xiaoduo's flames and Sua Xiaonian's extreme cold continued to circulate in their bodies. One moment, they were burning hot, the next moment, they were freezing cold. Later, the cold and the heat slowly intertwined. The flames that could melt gold and iron and incinerate everything, and the cold that could freeze heaven and earth and the starry sky. In the end, they really complemented each other. Ice and fire converged, fusing seamlessly. The fusion of ice and fire slowly circulated in the two's bodies. It was neither fast nor slow, and the cold and heat were unusually gentle. Time passed by bit by bit. The two were immersed in this strange atmosphere, completely forgetting the passage of time. Their thoughts seemed to be completely out of control. One after another, dreams came one after another. The two entered the dream at the same time. In the dream world, their lives, reincarnations, came one after another. In the dream, the tides rose and fell, flowers bloomed and fell, life grew old, illness and death in the dream, and the world changed. The two hugged each other to sleep, falling into a deep sleep. At this time, even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, they would not be able to sense it. After a long time, Sua Xiaoduo had not appeared for over a month due to the accelerated time flow of the Tower of Annihilation. Li Chenglong and the others were not worried. After all, at their cultivation level, going into seclusion for a month or 2 was the most ordinary thing. Even going into seclusion for a year or 2 was too common. What was that saying again? Living in an atmosphere that was difficult for you to understand in the past. It was the same for high-level cultivators. Finally, after 3 months, Sua Xiaoduo slowly woke up in that special realm. When the two woke up, they suddenly realized that their bodies had undergone a strange change. Their skin had become crystal clear like jade, or it should be said that it had completely turned into jade. On the surface of their bodies, there were sparkling light spots constantly flowing and flickering on the surface of their bodies. Then, they merged into the air and disappeared. The two of them were like fireflies burning in the starry sky, constantly emitting light spots and constantly disappearing. That was the last impurities in their bodies, in their marrow, in their meridians, and even in their brains, were evaporating little by little. What the two of them did not know was that in the sky above their courtyard, a snow-white shadow of an ice phoenix suddenly appeared. Although it was snow-white and spotless, under the illumination of the light, one could clearly feel all the beautiful colors in this world that could be imagined. The snow-white phoenix moved slowly in the sky. It walked slowly, calmly and elegantly. If Xiaoduo saw this scene at this moment, he would definitely be able to recall that when he stood on the peak of the Phoenix Turning Back Mountain, he saw the same elegant phoenix walking slowly in the wind and snow. It was neither fast nor slow, elegant and calm, calmly displaying its disdain for the world's beauty and brilliance. Balls of light rippled around the phoenix's body. It seemed like a strange flame that was burning and rising. And as time passed, this flame became more and more condensed, more and more brilliant. After a long time, Zhuoxiao's body shook, and Zhuoxiaoyan opened their eyes at the same time. 4 pairs of eyes looked at each other. Both of them clearly felt that in each other's eyes, there was a galaxy slowly rotating. Deep and magnificent, endless and boundless. At the moment when Xiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan woke up, a phoenix's cry resounded in the depths of everyone's hearts. The ice phoenix flew into the sky with extreme elegance. Tranquility, peace, happiness, and satisfaction. When it spread its wings, heaven and earth were glorious, and the universe was holy. It was precisely born with flames. I am not afraid of reincarnation, I am not afraid of difficulties. In order to seek sympathy, I fell into the world. I can't be compared to nirvana. I have seen all the things in the world, and the tribulation disappears. Today, I have fulfilled my life's wish, and the dragon's cry and phoenix's cry reached the 9 heavens. Chapter 13:23. Zhuoxiaoyan felt a shock in her heart. Her consciousness suddenly became clear, and her mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. That when she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaoduo looking at her eyes. She couldn't help but feel shy and said, You still don't want to get up? How long has it been? Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, You really asked me this question. I seem to have had a lot of dreams just now. Zhuoxiaoyan also blinked and said, Did you also have dreams? Also? Did you? I also had dreams. Zhuoxiaoyan frowned slightly and asked, What kind of dreams did you have? I seem to have dreamed of many past and present lives. In a trance, one life after another. Sigh, I don't know how many tens of thousands of lives have passed. Yeah, I'm the same. It's really amazing. By the way, you cough. Let me ask first. Nian Nian cat, why do your eyes seem to be glowing? Really? Let me see. When she was about to look in the mirror, she found that Xiaoduo was still on top of her and didn't move, and You get up. Let's look in the mirror later. I suddenly feel that the situation is very good now. Try to feel it, is it a little different? Get up first. Ah. After a long time. Xiaoduo Kai hugged Xiaoyan, who had turned into a pile of mud, and dived into the artificial hot spring again. Both of them were immersed in the hot spring water and couldn't help but recall their dreams. This dream was really strange, weird, and incredible. Xiaoduo clearly found that he remembered all the dreams he had experienced, but when he recalled the dream of a certain life and entered the next memory, the dream that he remembered clearly before would disappear without a trace. He recalled one by one, and then disappeared again one by one. In this life, he was a tree. He actually remembered that tigers, lions, and wolves peed on his roots. In the end, he was burned to ashes. In this life, he was a grass. He was burned to death by a pool of urine. Well, he didn't drown, but burned to death. Who said that urine couldn't burn grass? Damn. In this life, he was a rabbit. When he just opened his eyes and learned to run, he was eaten by a fox. It was natural selection, and the weak were prey to the strong. It was understandable. In this life. All in all, it was extremely strange and rich. Wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, fishes, shrimps, turtles, and crabs. In short, reincarnation after reincarnation, he was reincarnated and reincarnated as a flea life. In the end, he was squeezed by 2 fingernails and died. I'm really rich. Swa Xiao Duo muttered to himself. If he were to gather all the ways to die in the dream world and write a book called My 108,000 Ways to Die, it would be a piece of cake. He just didn't know if it would be able to sell well. Finally, he began to become a human, but he was wrongly killed. In another life, he was killed by bandits. Finally. In this life, he seemed to have become a famous author who was writing novels. He was handsome and elegant, and his writing flowed naturally like the clouds in flowing water. What's his surname again? Oh. His surname is Feng. Anyway, he earned more than 1 billion yuan, married dozens of mistresses, and retired from the Jianghu. Alas, I'm so sorry for Nian Cat. Swa Xiao Duo wandered freely in the dream. Swa Xiaonian was also wandering in the sea of dreams. Countless strange memories appeared and disappeared with a thought. The expression on her face changed with the changes in the dream. As the memories ended and turned into nothingness, they seemed to turn into an inexplicable energy and return to the original body that it seemed that countless doppelgangers were desperately cultivating, using their whole lives to cultivate. Then, all the cultivation was integrated into the original body. Swa Xiao Duo and Swa Xiao Duo could clearly feel that their power was getting stronger and purer, bit by bit. The power of their divine soul became stronger and stronger. The power of thousands of reincarnations flowed into their original divine soul bit by bit and merged perfectly into the power of their original divine soul. The power of their original divine soul spread out and entered the Tower of Void Destruction. The Tower of Void Destruction changed rapidly and expanded rapidly around it. All the treasures of heaven and earth and spiritual plants with supreme spiritual roots in the Tower of Void Destruction showed signs of rapid growth. In the villa of Li Chenglong and the others, grass began to grow on the walls and on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a grassland, and even cracks appeared on the walls. After all, it was just an ordinary grass. Under the nourishment of such spiritual energy, it would naturally multiply endlessly. Even if it was an ordinary grass, it would still have abundant power during its growth. Even a sturdy wall would not be able to resist it for long. Black and white light flashed on Bai and Zhou's bodies as they grew continuously, as if they had grown for thousands of years in an instant. The originally tender shell of the gourd gradually matured and showed a jade-like change. The black and white light became more and more holy and profound. The white was holy and the black was profound. In the Tower of Void Destruction, the demonic souls that Yan Shirsi didn't have time to devour or digest were all turned into pure demonic origin energy in a very short time. In this independent world where everything was under the control of Swa Xiao Duo was like the god of creation, freely spreading his divine power. Whatever he wanted to do, he did it. Whatever he wanted to do, he did it. The wound on Hua Huang's sword's divine soul, which had been difficult to heal for a long time, was instantly healed and even improved. Zhao's body also burned with the purest grand sun primordial fire with a crisp sound. Zhao's body was also rapidly expanding. In a very short time, it turned into a huge sun with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. All the heat energy was firmly locked in its body. Light shone in all directions, illuminating the world and space. In the center of the sun, the three-legged golden crow's body was burning with the purest grand sun primordial fire, which had already grown to thousands of meters in size. Countless heavenly treasures instantly matured. Dragon roars and phoenix cries could be heard. Li Chenglong and the others were inexplicably shocked by such a huge change. An inexplicable, dense, vibrating force suddenly appeared. Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian were both startled awake. They instantly put on their clothes and flew out. Both of them were baffled, but they had a clear understanding of the situation. Today is the day I break through to the grand heavenly realm. The two of them flew out at the same time and arrived above the 9 heavens in an instant. The tribulation lightning was already waiting for them. It gathered densely, as if the couple were going through the tribulation lightning at the same time. 2 tribulation eyes formed at the same time. In a split second, strong winds blew and the sky darkened. Dragon roars and phoenix cries reverberated in the 9th heaven. At this moment, 2 tribulation lightning bolts descended with a loud boom. Thunder rumbled and the tremendous power that could shatter the sky and the earth was fully displayed. On the other side, at the peak of the White Mountain, Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu looked gratified. They looked at this side without the slightest worry. The Grand Heavenly Tribulation. Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian's Grand Heavenly Tribulation. With their foundation, passing the Heavenly Tribulation was a piece of cake. Reaching this step was almost the peak of this world. If one wanted to go further and reach the peak of the Grand Heavenly Realm, break through the half-saint realm, become a quasi-saint, and even become a saint, it no longer depended on the growth of one's cultivation base or the refinement of one's true origin. It was all about luck. Because of this, in the cultivation path of ordinary cultivators, reaching this step was already considered the peak of cultivation. All the higher-ups congratulated and praised them one after another. Sui Chonglu and Wu Yuding were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They said humbly, "My son is useless and has made a fool of himself. My daughter is useless and has made a fool of herself. Made a fool of herself." Then, everyone rolled their eyes and left. Untalented, unworthy. Ha! What a pain in the ass. I knew that I couldn't let this guy open his mouth. His words were too despicable. Sui Chonglu and his wife were good in every way except for their mouths. And they loved to open their mouths. Once they opened their mouths, they would either make everyone feel stifled or distressed. In short, they would make everyone unhappy. It was a common occurrence. Today was such a good day, but they were still like this. It was truly perverse and infuriating. Fuck, a family of 4 grand heavenly realm cultivators. They were indeed perverse and infuriating. Including their disciples, there were 6 of them. Fuck, if you're so capable, your whole family can become saints. You're even more perverse and infuriating. This mighty heavenly tribulation lasted for an entire afternoon. Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian climbed out of the ground. They immediately entered the space-destroying tower to recuperate and wash up. Naturally, they entered the hot spring. Sui Xiaonian was the first to enter, so when Sui Xiaoduo entered, Sui Xiaoduo and his wife had both transcended their heavenly tribulations and ascended to grand heavenly realm. It was like a signal that caused the 4 continents to fall into an unprecedented calm. However, this calmness made everyone feel apprehensive. Not only the higher-ups and martial artists, but even ordinary people could not help but feel that something big was about to happen. Now, it was just the calm before the storm. Sui Xiaoduo, on the other hand, did not stop at all during this period of time. He continued to slaughter the devil horde and continued to spread heaven's secret orders to accumulate providence points. He also used this opportunity to increase the strength of Shao, Yan Shirsi, Jiu, Bai, and the Huang sword. Sui Xiao Duo was extremely alert during this period of calm. He could clearly feel that a great danger was approaching, bit by bit. A storm was coming. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. In particular, the countless deaths displayed in the heavenly secret orders were even more shocking. During this period of time, he wanted to find trouble with Dark Phoenix several times, wanting to stop it and ask it some questions. However, Dark Phoenix was extremely slippery. It did not show itself at all, let alone face it. This result left Sui Xiao Duo at his wit's end. Dad, the demons will probably return the day after tomorrow. Chapter 1324. On this day, Sui Xiao Duo came to look for Sui Chonglu. The first thing he said was the most explosive news. Sui Chonglu took a deep breath and said, "Where did the news come from? Is the time accurate? Why did you only tell me such important news now? The demon clan should have returned from the demon continent. According to the gas readings, there will be a large number of casualties in the demon clan the day after tomorrow. Just from what I saw, there are more than 5 million casualties. It will definitely come true in the near future," Sui Xiao Duo said in a deep voice. In the current chaotic situation, he could only use this method to check if the demon clan had returned. They actually returned from the demon clan. That's great. After confirming this, Sui Chonglu's spirit was immediately lifted. He immediately gave the order. Prepare for war. The 3 continents prepare for war. The real moment of life and death has arrived. The higher-ups of the 3 continents quickly gathered. They had never relaxed before, but now they were even more nervous. This time, the order was different from the previous one. After the demon clan's attack, no one would do things like, "It's hard to leave the land. Born here, raised here, and died here. It doesn't matter if you don't move. We'll go to the next one immediately. We'll spoil you. Leave if you want." The upper echelons of the 3 continents took action together. They quickly gathered the people and moved them away. Countless cities became empty. Everyone gathered in the larger cities that were easy to defend and hard to attack. They were prepared to face the arrival of the apocalyptic catastrophe. Rows upon rows of defense lines were densely packed. Countless warriors waited quietly at the checkpoints. Waiting for the enemy to arrive. Waiting for the battle. Waiting for the moment when they died. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. They grew thicker and thicker, covering the sun and the sky. The wind also gradually escalated. In the end, it was whistling and blowing sand and stones. The raging wind blew for 2 full days and nights. Dust filled the sky. In the end, even football-sized stones could be seen flying in the air. Coupled with the meteors that were still falling from the sky all the time, it was a scene of an apocalyptic catastrophe. Countless stones even collided with the meteors in the air. They disintegrated and became dust in the sky. That it was under such terrible circumstances. On the morning of the 3rd day that it should have been the brightest time between heaven and earth, but because of some unforeseen event, it fell into a thick darkness. It was as if there was something gigantic that blotted out the sky and swallowed all the light. Then, another rumbling sound rang out, and the entire ancestral land began to tremble. An extremely strong earthquake suddenly occurred. The entire continent had suffered a severe impact. A continent had returned. Furthermore, this commotion was extremely terrifying. All the buildings with more than 3 floors were unable to put up any resistance and collapsed directly. No matter if it was the Tao League, the Astral Souls, or the Wu People's buildings, all of them fell down neatly without exception. With the Sea of Pestilence as a buffer, there were still many buildings that did not collapse. However, this time, there was no resistance at all, as if they were flour. All of the existing scientific and technological achievements had become a thing of the past, and all modern communications were naturally paralyzed. What mobile phone, what computer? Everything was reduced to nothingness. Communication was restored to the era where people could only shout. Countless ordinary people and hundreds of millions of lives were destroyed in this earthquake. As for the deafness, blindness, bone fractures, and other injuries, it was uncountable. Such a violent shock made even the higher-ups dizzy. It was rare for them to be calm. What was going on? How could it be so violent? It was as if all sides were being hit. What was going on? After 2 hours, the mountains on the ancestral land were still collapsing and disintegrating, and the cities were even more devastated. Countless cultivators were moving around to rescue the missing people in the collapsed buildings. The sky was still covered in thick fog, and it was difficult to see clearly. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with dazzling lights. It was beautiful and captivating. The sky in the east, west, north, and south all surged with colorful rainbows. Then, huge golden lotuses appeared in the sky one after another. Like a fountain, the lotuses continued to spurt out, dyeing the entire sky golden. Layers of flower petals emitted light and floated down from the sky. After a while, golden lotuses began to appear on the ground out of thin air. They quietly rolled, rose, and gradually rose into the sky. For a time, heaven and earth were overturned by beauty and brilliance in the destructive dust and fog of an unprecedented natural disaster. Countless corpses trembled on the still trembling ground. Their eyes were filled with red, and the ground was covered in blood as if they were still alive. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses surged from the ground. In the endless brilliance and magnificence, there was also a sense of mercy and peace. The scene of destruction and infinite mercy appeared at the same time, and this world was suddenly filled with endless irony. The glittering sacred golden lotuses rose slowly in the sea of blood and mountains of corpses, illuminating the world and giving it color. Then, countless huge Buddha phantoms appeared in the sky. They were solemn, and the sound of scriptures was deafening. In the distance, dragons and phoenixes spiraled and rose in the colorful clouds, accompanied by endless seven-colored light flowing over the world. In a flash, white light, green light, yellow light, red light, and all kinds of colors and hues appeared around the continent. Then, a patch of black light and a cloud of gray fog rose and slowly came over. The whole sky was a hodgepodge of colors, no matter which direction, east, south, west, or north. It was a riot of colors. At this moment, when it was too much for the eyes to take in, the sun was dazzling. More than a dozen suns appeared in the sky, and endless demonic aura filled the world. More than a dozen huge suns flashed away. An inexplicable warm wind blew across the whole world in an instant. Everywhere it passed, flowers, plants, and trees grew rapidly. Countless strange sceneries surged wildly in all directions, but gathered in the sky above, resulting in a huge explosion. If a level 12 wind was the ultimate storm that people knew, then the violent wind that was stirred up by the explosion in the sky was even more powerful than a level 12 wind. It was even dozens of times stronger than a level 12 wind. After the explosion, the wind and clouds spread in all directions, but it was indestructible. All the mountains and ridges that it passed by were all shaved off. If one looked at it with their eyes, it was a uniform scene, and there was no difference at all. The commotion was so great that it made the faces of all the peak-level experts change color. Countless soldiers on the defensive lines bled from their 7 orifices. Their ears were buzzing, and they couldn't calm down even after a long time. Apart from the heroic soul passes that were still standing, the other buildings in the ancestral land were all in ruins, as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Mountains became deep valleys, and the sea became steep ridges. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The most obvious change was at the old site of the Dao League land. The Dao League land was located on the other side of the astral souls. It wasn't connected to the Wu people land. The astral souls human race and the No alliance had been fighting for years, but the Dao League land had been peaceful for a long time. Under the protective shield of the land, there were many tall buildings and all kinds of buildings. Although most of the Dao Alliance's forces had been destroyed by the Demon Continent's return, the Demon Continent's return had the Pestilent Sea as the first buffer, and the 3 demon monarchs had joined forces to form the second buffer. Although most of the demon monarchs had been protecting the Demon Continent, the impact on the Dao Alliance's forces had been greatly reduced. As a result, although the Dao Alliance's infrastructure had been damaged, many of its citizens had still been able to survive. This attack was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous one. All of the buildings within the Dao Alliance's continent were instantly incinerated and reduced to ashes. Many of the demons who had taken up residence within the continent suffered as well. However, not only were the demons' bodies vastly superior to the humans, they were even superior to the Magi's as well. Although it was inevitable that some of them would be injured, they didn't suffer too many casualties. Zhou Changlu, the Flood Witch, and the other giants of the 3 continents all gathered in the void above the Whitehead Mountain to observe the situation. Their faces were all solemn. This is the return of the 5 ancient races together. The ancestral land is complete again. Daoist Thunder's eyes were blank, and his face was pale as he murmured to himself. The Azura race, the demon race, the spirit race, the Western race, and the ancient god race. They all came back at the same time. If it wasn't fate, how could it be like this? This land is so lively. So this is the real catastrophe. The ancestral land is complete, and the catastrophe of all living beings starts from here. The catastrophe is indeed here. I didn't expect that the ancestral land would start a war as soon as it was complete again. Zhou Changlu shook his head and smiled bitterly. The demon race and the demon race have started a war now. Previously, we made peace with the demon race, which allowed them to retain a considerable amount of strength. But I don't know how far they can go against the demon race by themselves. The demon race is definitely no match for the demon race. It's only a matter of time before they are destroyed. However, the 5 ancient races have returned together. Our original strategy must be changed. Faced with such a situation, everyone's claws were numb. Everyone was preparing to fight against the demon race. Who would have thought that the 5 ancient races would return on the same day and at the same time? The pressure suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The ancestral land was complete, the continent was unified, all races were gathered, and the heavenly secrets were mixed up to the point of a pot of porridge. The Flood Witch took a deep breath and said, "We have to leave now." Zhou Changlu said solemnly, "Take care." Now that the 5 ancient races had returned together, the No alliance no longer had the geographical advantage. Seeing that the demon race had started a war as soon as they returned, the other races couldn't help but follow suit. The Wu people, who didn't have most of their peak fighting power, were likely to be in deep trouble already. The 12 shamans and the Wu people's elite army were all here. The No alliance was in a passive position. The Wu people's army had to return immediately. If they couldn't even defend their base, how could they help the astral souls? Chapter 1325. The Flood Witch nodded at Zhou Changlu. With an order, the Wu people army that had already gathered soared into the sky. The 12 great shamans left the heavenly kings to lead the team while they tore through space and headed to the other side of the Umno Alliance. The Flood Witch walked at the back. Before her burly body tore through space, she said softly, "Take care. Goodbye." Before she finished speaking, she left without looking back. The 5 swords of the Tao League were in a daze. The 5 races of the ancient age have all returned. That means the ancestor and the others should also be back. But if they know that we even lost our own continent, I really don't know how to explain it. What's the point of saying this now? It's already a fact. Even if we regret it, what's the point? Zhou Changlu said solemnly, "Brother Lei, you should look further into the future. The loss of your Tao League continent is already a foregone conclusion. Moreover, it will be difficult to recover it in a short period of time. Even if you manage to recover it, it won't be of much use. The 5 continents have returned at the same time. The one that can't bear the burden is the Tao League continent, not to mention that it has already become the battlefield of the demon race and the demon race. Everything can only wait until the end of this world calamity and the war between the races is over. We can talk about the follow-up. Reorganize the mountains and rivers and slowly recuperate." Sigh. Daoist Lei's face was covered in tears. In the sky, countless divine senses began to intertwine. It was like an inexplicable murmur that gently sounded in everyone's hearts. All the demon race, gather in the east. Spirits of all realms, have roots in the north. Buddha is merciful, delivering all living beings from suffering. All living beings can hope to become Buddhas on the spot. Heaven and earth establish the heart, prosper the west. The ancestral land was restored. Heaven and earth gradually changed. The 9 continents began to merge from the depths of the earth's crust. Countless unprecedentedly tall mountains began to appear. They rose from the ground, showing off their magnificence. Many vast and boundless deep seas also appeared one after another. They were vast and boundless. There were also many cities where the land that was originally intact suddenly split open to both sides. The cracks became wider and wider, until one side couldn't see the other side. They didn't know how far apart they were. There were many families that were separated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles apart. In fact, the distance between them was constantly increasing. There were many mountain peaks that pierced out of the ground like spikes. The original town on the ground instantly cracked, and then the town was torn apart. The mountain peaks rose up into the sky, and the originally good town was reduced to 2 villages at the foot of the mountain. The terrain was steep and rugged. This was like the great power of naming. This kind of power erased all the signs of progress, the results of evolution, and the achievements of science and technology that had been developed over so many years. Let this vast land once again return to its original state, return to its original state. The existing explosives and other chemical products were all detonated by an unknown force during the process. All the signal stations, skyscrapers, and networks, regardless of whether they were intact or destroyed, all disappeared. Mobile phones, computers, and other electronic products that were indispensable to every household had all become useless or single-player game supplies with a short lifespan, because even the power supply had all disappeared. For many modern weapons, apart from the ammunition that had already been manufactured and placed in a secret space in advance, which could be used once or in stages, there was no room for replenishment. The so-called guns, after the ammunition was used up, would become fire sticks. All the factories, machine tools, equipment, and so on had been completely destroyed. There was absolutely no chance of survival. In addition, there were countless volcanoes that were raging and erupting without restraint. In just one day, the technological civilization returned to its original state. The barbaric era that had only been passed down in novels had arrived once again. In the face of such a great change, Everything seemed so powerless, and they could only accept it passively. Apart from the monster race and the demon race that were fighting fiercely, the other races that returned were calm. They were busy expanding their training grounds and tidying up their living environment. The rhythm and atmosphere of the whole world was quickly changing and adapting. Although the heroic soul pass wouldn't be destroyed, as the ground rose and fell, Zhou Changlu and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One side of the Whitehead Mountain directly became a towering peak that reached as high as 100,000 feet. Let alone flying up to fight, even sky-soaring realm cultivators would be instantly frozen if they went up there. As the surrounding temperature became colder and colder, the army retreated from the top. If they didn't come down, they would freeze to death even before the enemy attacked them. From then on, the heroic soul pass on the top of the mountain became an eternal miracle. Who could build such a majestic castle in such a high and cold place? There was no need to worry about it being destroyed, and it could be considered an incredible castle in this world. On the other side of the Whitehead Mountain, it became about the same height as the surrounding mountain ranges. Using it as a defensive stronghold greatly increased the difficulty. The words easy to defend but hard to attack were directly removed from the list. However, there was still one thing to be gratified about. With the return of the various continents, the sturdiness of the heroic soul pass and the radiation of the forbidden sky domain became several times stronger. As time passed quietly, all the people and races in the ancestral land were trying their best to adapt to the new environment. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were constantly running outside. After all, the environment was much easier to pass, and Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were filled with novelty. Thanks to Xiao Long's investigation, Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised to find that there were actually countless natural treasures in the newly emerged mountains. Moreover, they were all quite old, and didn't look like they had just emerged. And this knowledge made him feel even happier. These good things could be further added to the space of the spatial extermination tower. However, the other people's reactions were very different. Everyone was worried about the sudden change in the world. It could be foreseen that the next race would definitely be a war between the races. In the past, the unfinished wars between the races were bound to start again and continue until one race completely surpassed all the other races and became the absolute ruler. Only then would the war come to an end. However, each race had countless experts. Who dared to say that they would definitely win? As the 9 continents merged into one, the ancestral land became complete again. No more meteor showers fell from the sky. Instead, the ancestral land produced a light screen that went against the sky, and caused the meteors that were supposed to fall to slide away. As for the 3 pure mountains of the Tao Alliance continent, without any warning at all, they had split apart into 3. One of them stretched from east to west, towering and majestic to the extreme. The other divine mountain rose up from the ground, towering into the clouds. It was hidden above the clouds as though it couldn't be seen at all. As for the 3rd mountain, it was completely separated from the other 2. It floated above the boundless ocean, and as the water area gradually expanded, it turned into a lone island in the vast ocean. Another month later, a sword aura that was filled with killing intent suddenly appeared. It soared into the sky and whistled across the vast Tao League's continent. Everywhere it passed, a sea of blood was surging. Hundreds of millions of demons were all cut in half by the sword, and their souls dispersed. Kill. The sword aura was boundless and arrogant. With an aura of supremacy, it stayed above the 9 heavens and looked down on everyone, as if it was waiting for something. At the right time, the god-slaying spear that hadn't moved for a long time flew across the sky. A spear and a sword, without saying a word, as if they were enemies from the previous life, they fought crazily. After a long time, there was no clear winner. The god-slaying spear's aura became more and more powerful, and the celestial slaying sword's aura became more and more powerful. Then, a yellow light shone in the sky. A small pagoda swayed and fell from the sky. Then, a jade rui also came hurriedly. A sword, a pagoda, and a jade rui. The three magic treasures roared at the god-slaying spear, "Get out!" "Humph! What's the point of ganging up on me?" The god-slaying spear snorted with jealousy, but immediately retreated without any hesitation. It was too aggrieved. If I had a helper, would I be afraid of them? The battle in the sky also came to an end. Then, the demons issued an order for all demons to retreat to the demons' continent. In the west, a lotus platform hung high in the sky. It was surrounded by auspicious clouds and mist, and it was full of auspicious and peaceful aura. The killing sword aura just now broke through the clouds. It flashed all the way and came under the lotus platform in the west. The sword aura was even more dazzling and magnificent, and its power was unparalleled. It was sharp and pointed at the 9 treasures lotus platform. The lotus platform flashed continuously, as if it was resisting the invasion of the sword aura. However, the sword aura ignored it and went straight in. Wherever the sword aura passed, there was a crisp sound, and a lotus petal fell. Then, the sword aura rose with the wind, bringing along the lotus flower that was cut down, and circled around proudly. This sword was like a troublemaker. At the right time, a huge illusory Buddha rose in the sky like a mountain. He sighed, "Senior brother, it was the trend of the times back then. It was not something that could be stopped by human power, and it was also not deliberately targeted by us brothers. Now, hundreds of millions of years have passed. What's the use of forcing us to do so?" The sword aura stopped, and a cold voice sounded, "It's because of the trend back then that I gave you some leeway. Now that the world is in chaos, I don't know who is leading the charge. So what if I'm arrogant? What can you do to me?" Amitba. The Buddha sighed, "Senior brother, what do you want? Why don't you speak your mind? What did you do back then? What are you doing now? How many people did you kidnap back then? How many are sent back now? If there's even one person missing, our 2 clans will start a war and have a fight." The sword aura became sharper and fiercer, and it wreaked havoc in the 9 heavens. Facing the Buddha light in the west, although it was weak and had lost all 3, it did not retreat an inch, and its power dominated the world. Amidst the clanging sounds, another 4 sword auras flew from the island. They instantly tore through the void and lined up in the sky with the killing sword aura. They were ready to attack, and their fighting spirit was high. The Buddha's voice became more and more sorrowful, "Senior brother, please think twice. I have thought thrice for many years, but in the end, I still can't calm down. I suddenly realized that I had suffered too much back then. What supernatural power is not as good as fate? All of it is bullshit. The so-called supernatural power is not as good as fate. That's because the supernatural power is not enough. Kundi. If you don't return it today, I will destroy your Buddhist kingdom." Chapter 13:26. The Buddha opposite him said in a calm voice, "The heavenly Tao is just, what grievance is there to speak of? Senior brother, you are exaggerating." The clear voice snorted and said, "Naturally, someone will come to collect the blood debt from back then. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. However, no matter how many of my people were taken away, send them all back to me. If there's one less, I'll use 10 million bald donkeys' heads to make up for it. Senior brother, it's not that I don't want to return them, it's just that they have converted and are devoted to Buddhism. This is destiny. How can destiny be changed by human power? Converted to the West. Destiny can't be changed by force. That's your destiny, what does it have to do with me? I just want you to return my people. Whatever happens after has nothing to do with you. Whether they continue to convert to the West or return to my sect, it has nothing to do with you. The voice gradually turned cold and sharp. Even if I become your hardcore supporter, I have to return first and then go back. Senior brother, your reckless behavior will definitely make Master unhappy. The calamity is still in front of you, don't tell me you still want to. Now is the time of the calamity of heaven and earth, and this calamity was not set by Master. Even he can't control me. All the grievances of a murderous calamity must be returned in this battle. I only ask you, will you return it or not? Senior brother. I'm not your senior brother. I'll ask you one last time, will you return it or fight it out? This is the last question. Next, I'll only ask with my sword. Merciful Buddha. Return. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Before the voice died away, the 5 swords were all piercingly cold, shining brightly and pointing at the south sky. Come out. The void was shattered, and demonic waves rolled. A black shadow flew out like lightning. It was the god-slaying spear with a murderous aura. The god-slaying spear buzzed, everyone, long time no see. There's no need for formalities. Tell the demon ancestor that my sect has reopened, and the demon race is not allowed to enter. Anyone who dares to do so will be punished with a sword and be sentenced to death. The 5 swords did not care about the god-slaying spear's reaction. With a whoosh, they rushed into the sky. On Penglai Island, the aquamarine palace is open. A leisurely voice resounded throughout the world. The aquamarine palace to enlighten me, the heavenly Tao. Whose divine ability is lower than the heavenly Tao? Let's fight for the great Tao again. Disciples of the Jia school, Master is back. On the other 2 divine mountains of the 3 clear divine mountains, faint sighs could be heard at the same time. On this day, on the ancestral land continent, only sword energy could be seen spreading for 30,000 miles. Heavenly palace of the monster race. 2 middle-aged men in yellow robes sat opposite each other and sighed. Tong Tian has established his sect again. This is going against the heavens. No. In this calamity, the heavenly secrets are in chaos. There is no longer any so-called heaven's will. Perhaps this calamity is the only chance for Tong Tian to break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao and transcend himself. If you miss this chance, there won't be a second one. During the investiture of God's cataclysm, who didn't know that Tong Tian was defeated so miserably? With a single sentence, the number 1 sect vanished. As the sect leader, as the master, Tongtian's Taoist heart has been incomplete for so many years, and he feels guilty to all his disciples. This is a rare opportunity, so he will bet everything he has to fight for the destiny for his disciples and seize the opportunity. This time, Tong Tian did not make a move for himself. Demon Emperor Jun sighed. King, how was the meeting this time? That dragon and Qilin actually wanted to cooperate with us to fight against this great calamity. I rejected them. I even spat on their faces. If it weren't for the great calamity, I would have taught them a lesson. King is right. What calamity has our Qilin clan not gone through? Why should we cooperate with them? Of course, those 2 arrogant idiots are not worthy of cooperating with our Qilin clan. Our Qilin clan is the only main character in this world. It's an insult to us to put the Dragon and Phoenix clan on the same level as us. Are they worthy of being called gods? King is mighty. Good rejection. The appearance of those 2 clans is really indescribable. I vomited every time I saw them back then. Of course. Look at what those two clans look like. One looks like a long worm, and the other looks like a bird. They're actually so arrogant. I can't stand it. This time, I took a bath twice on the way back. King, what about this great calamity? How many clansmen do we have left? There are still 6,800 of them from old to young. It's enough. It's enough to defeat the dragon and phoenix and rule over the primordial world. King is right, that the continent was no longer the continent of the past. The words heaven and earth turned upside down were extremely accurate, unprecedentedly accurate. Xiao Duo was shocked to discover that he couldn't understand this world. Yes, it wasn't that he couldn't understand it more and more, but that he couldn't understand it at all. Although his cultivation had already advanced to the peak level of this world, and even if all the clans returned, he would still be the peak. However, it seemed that this so-called peak was squeezed in too many people. The peak was actually overcrowded. Xiao Duo felt that he was drunk. We're setting off tomorrow, and I don't have a script yet. These few days, it's so hot that I've become a steamed bun in a steamer. Chapter 13:27. Wasn't it said that the pinnacle was so narrow that it could only accommodate one person, or at most a limited number of people? The Zenith Heaven realm had always been the pinnacle of cultivation in the three continents. As for Sui Changlu, the Flood Witch, and the others, they weren't on this list before they broke through. Sui Xiao Duo thought that they should be on the same level as the 12 Grand Shamans, the 7 Swords of the Tao League, the Heavenly King of the Right, and the others. Although there were a lot of people on the same level, there were only 20 to 30 of them. But now, there were 20 to 30 of them. It was more than 100 times. At least, it wasn't the pinnacle that he knew. Sui Xiao Duo couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. I worked so hard and even sold my body to Nian Nianmao just for this position. Now that I've climbed up, I realize that there are so many people on this level. Is this still the pinnacle of the pyramid? This is clearly a fucking great plane. The source of Sui Xiaoduo's dissatisfaction came from Sui Changlu's investigation numbers, or rather, a list. On this list, there were as many as 8,600 Zenith Heaven Realm cultivators from the 9 tribes. Moreover, this number wasn't completely calculated because the human race of the astral souls from the demon race and the Western tribe didn't have the ability to complete the investigation. Moreover, this huge number didn't include experts above the half-sage realm. Even some peak Zenith Heaven Realm cultivators weren't on this list. Because the gap between mid-stage and peak Zenith Heaven Realm was too big. And the human race of the astral souls only occupied 50 of the names, not even 100th of them. This included Li Chenglong and the others who were stuck in the card realm but hadn't really broken through. Besides, there was something that Sui Xiao Duo couldn't understand: this world seemed to be changing every day. This was not a description, but a reality. The world was really getting bigger, and it was getting bigger every day. The most simple example was, originally, there were only 50 miles between the two mountains, but after waking up, you would realize that the distance had expanded to 800 miles. Originally, there was no such hill in front of him. But a few days later, when he went out to take a look, he saw a hill full of 1,000-year-old trees. How did this thing appear? Why did it suddenly turn into a dark purple color? Every little change in the world couldn't be ignored, let alone such a huge change. It couldn't be described with the word big. And at this time, apart from the demons and monsters who clashed and engaged in fierce battles from the start, the other continents were obediently biding their time. Even the demon and demon race didn't send out their true high-level combat power. That was because this world was still far from stabilized. According to ancient legends, the original ancestral land continent was extremely vast, but the 9 races split up, and the heavenly axiom split as well. Its foundation shrank greatly, and it couldn't maintain its original vast land, so it was extremely restrained. Now that all the separated continents have returned, and the heavenly axioms will has reunited. Naturally, it won't allow the ancestral land continent to continue to weaken. Naturally, it will do its best to restore it to its original state. The various changes now are just the beginning. This is actually the manifestation of the heavenly axioms recovery. As the foundation of the land recovers, and in the beginning, when the various races left, they sealed the spiritual lands and spiritual sources that they didn't want to be discovered. The seals are also being lifted one by one. Although I don't know how long this change will last. But it definitely won't last long. Not only that, even the chaotic spiritual realm that flew away will also return. It will be independent of the heaven and earth, but it's still in the heaven and earth. Zhuo Chonglu's words didn't calm the hearts of the people. Instead, they became more and more nervous. Everyone realized one thing: this was no longer the world they were familiar with. Although that was also a world where the strong were respected, and where the bigger fist was the right, it was also a world filled with many conveniences provided by the power of technology. Instead, it was a completely unfamiliar, dangerous world where the strong were as numerous as the clouds. Where Xiao Duo muttered, "It's too unfamiliar, too unfamiliar. Is this still the world I'm familiar with? This is simply..." Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't the only one who felt unfamiliar. Instead, it was all the indigenous people of the 3 continents who felt unfamiliar. They felt that everything around them was beyond their understanding. They didn't recognize anything and didn't know anything. The basic common sense that they had learned in the first half of their lives was completely overturned in the short period of time when the other continents returned and the 9 continents merged. Unfamiliar. How could it not be unfamiliar? The small mountain that they used to climb up and down several times every day, the kind where they could clearly see the number of trees on it, suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high, which appeared even more magnificent. How could it not be unfamiliar? They cultivated a vegetable field in front of the house where they lived and planted some spring onions and garlic that they usually ate with wine and dishes, but they suddenly went 300 miles away that they had to go 150 kilometers away just to pluck a handful of spring onions. The shops on both sides of a street in the city could be seen at a glance. Suddenly, the street cracked open, and the crack was 10 to 20,000 meters long. The street was gone, and it had become a cliff. The road had become a natural moat, and the shops had opened on the cliff. It was impossible to see each other at a glance. Even calling out to each other from a distance had become an extravagant hope. Well, these were all trivial matters. The most important thing was, "Brother, if I opened a fashion shop on the cliff, would you come and buy it? Please don't agree too quickly. There is no road in this shop. It's okay if you don't agree. The current state of the world is already in the embryonic form of the ancient primeval times." Zhuo Chonglu sighed softly. But how can the weak ordinary people survive in such a world? Sigh. He sighed softly and shook his head, indicating that he was extremely speechless. Any demon with a high level of cultivation could easily suck hundreds of humans into their mouths and turn them into food. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected at this moment. But we must protect the foundation of the human race. All the ordinary people are the foundation of the human race. We can't abandon them. Zhuo Chonglu said earnestly, "You must know that all the experts were born and raised by ordinary people. Then, they stood out among the billions of humans and became the forces in the human world today. If we can't protect the weak, we will lose the original intention of pursuing strength. This is the golden rule that we human cultivators must remember. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Go and train yourself. When the war starts, return to protect our race." "Yes." The soldiers that were not large enough were divided into squads and scattered to different places on the continent to start a new training. Countless experts of the Jianghu also scattered, leaving only the soldiers and generals that were originally organized in the army to guard the various defense lines. They had no choice but to spread out. They had never expected that the so-called return of the continent was actually the return of all the continents together. Intentionally or unintentionally, the continent of the human race that was originally astral souls was wrapped in the core position. In such a situation where there were foreign races in all directions, it was inevitable that they would lose sight of one continent and suffer from enemies everywhere. Now that they were scattered, they could more or less take care of each other and become stronger through the training. As for the defense line, Sui Changlu sighed. Keep it as much as possible. It will still be of great significance to the future war. The defense line must not be abandoned casually. It was a huge weapon to deal with the army and the attacks of various races. Although the landscape had changed and its usefulness had been greatly reduced, as long as the defense line was adapted to local conditions and expanded on the original foundation, it would still be of great use when the war started. Sui Xiaoduo and the others said goodbye and left heartlessly. Where are you going? I'll just go wherever I go. There's no plan. Wherever the world changes, there's an opportunity. What a coincidence. I'm planning to do the same. Ha ha ha. Let's disperse here. That's right, that's right. Wherever the world changes, there's an opportunity. Everyone has their own opportunities. If we force ourselves to stay together, it won't be beautiful. Okay. Let's go. Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian rose into the air and flashed towards the forest in the east. What about you guys? Do you want us to escort you back? Li Chenglong turned around and asked Hai Hunshan and the others. Now that the three continents were in a crisis, a war that was larger than the past could happen at any time. Hai Hunshan and the others were all proud and arrogant people. How could they pretend not to know and hide in the tower to cultivate? That would be safe, but even if they survived, what was the point? If we still need you to escort us back, we might as well find a crooked tree and hang ourselves. The Thunder Cat's face was twisted. I also want to save my face. Okay, for your great face. Well, since there's so many of you, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's go our separate ways. Li Chenglong laughed. Except for Sui Xiaoduo and his wife, the rest of the team rose into the air and split into three directions. They quickly disappeared into the forest. Let's go. Hai Hunshan's nose twitched. He said in a low voice, we may need to kill our way back. This is our opportunity to gain experience. Please give me a chance. If we encounter a battle, let me go first, okay? Hong Xiaoniu begged in a humble manner. My cultivation is the weakest among us. My combat power is the lowest. Please give me a chance to break through. If you guys are allowed to fight, it won't be my turn. Hong Xiaoniu's attitude was very humble. This was because there was really no other way. When he encountered an opponent that he could defeat or was on par with, if everyone didn't let him go, he wouldn't have a chance to fight at all. Because he was the weakest. Everyone, including himself, acknowledged that he was the weakest. If they encountered an enemy that they couldn't defeat and everyone fled together, Hong Xiaoniu would have no chance to gain experience. Therefore, in the end, Hong Xiaoniu was extremely miserable. He also wanted to save face. But now, he couldn't save face no matter what. Chapter 1328. This matter was so tragic and so realistic. Alright, when we meet a suitable opponent, we will definitely give you a chance. Hai Hun Shan and the rest agreed readily. The others also agreed. Hong Xiaonyo thanked them repeatedly. In the sky, the golden-scaled witch who was in charge of escorting them sighed deeply in his heart. It had to be said that Hai Hun Shan and the rest were more generous than Zhuo Xiaoduo and the rest. If it were Zhuo Xiaoduo and the rest, they would at least squeeze Hong Xiaonyo out of a lot of benefits before agreeing. They would even have to agree reluctantly and let Hong Xiaonyo give them benefits in return. But the golden-scaled witch would rather they do that. Because squeezing benefits out of friends and joking around was on an equal footing. Later on, when Hong Xiaonyo got this opportunity, he would only feel more comfortable in his heart. And after being promoted, he would feel very warm in his heart. Because, even when he was weak, no one kicked him out of the first echelon. Although he was weak, he was still a member of the same team. No one looked down on him. However, the Thunder Cat and the others from the Sea Spirit Mountain agreed without hesitation, which made them feel a sense of superiority. That was a kind of superiority. No matter how approachable they were still two different classes. This opportunity was given to him because he was weak. Don't underestimate this sense of superiority. This kind of feeling could turn a friend of life and death into an ordinary friend. Even if they were more sensitive, it was not impossible for them to have a bad relationship. Especially when this weakling rose up one day. No one would have the chance to go back to the time before their relationship deteriorated. And Hong Xiaonyo's thanks, under such circumstances, had to be said out loud. Because it was indeed everyone who gave in to him. Naturally, he had to thank them. He should say it out loud. But after saying thank you, their relationship would never return to how it was before the thank you ceremony. Because a true friend would never say a single word of thanks. This bunch of kids. They have lived like dogs for so many years. How could they have the experience of others, the kind of life and death contract? The golden-scaled great witch sighed in his heart, and then a thought came to his mind. Could it be that in the future, the Umno Alliance's team also needs to find a slut to be the leader? However, he immediately dispelled this thought. That was absolutely impossible. After all, what the team needed was not just a bitch. They also needed a tacit understanding that had been honed since the beginning of time. They also needed a genius strategist who could check every detail and fill in the gaps and plan the overall situation. They also needed a head butler who was clever and skilled in acting to unite everyone into a rope. But the success of the brigade is difficult to replicate. The golden-scaled great witch turned into a shadow and chased after him. The 50 kids in front of them, even if they weren't as good as the entire team, were still the future hope of the Wu people. They couldn't afford to lose them. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan walked in the front while Zhu Yan followed behind them. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little dissatisfied with Zhu Yan's enthusiasm and said in a deep voice, "Old Zhu, lead the way." Zhu Yan turned his head innocently. "Little master, where are we going?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said impatiently, "Didn't I tell you? You can go wherever you like. We'll follow you on this trip. Do you think I'm joking? Okay." The scarlet ape immediately took the lead and flew out. Its movements were unusually relaxed. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was following behind, looked dissatisfied. He transmitted a voice to Zhuo Xiaoyan. "At first, I planned to have a honeymoon in the ancestral land. But now, a beast of misfortune has been stuffed into our hands. I really don't know what Mom and Dad are thinking. They're not afraid of bringing bad luck to us." Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile sweetly and said, "I think Xu Yan is quite honest and cute. How can it be a beast of misfortune? Maybe it's really wronged. The world is full of echoes, and 3 people make a tiger." Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Wronged? I don't believe it. This guy is the beast of misfortune. It's already been decided. There's no turning back. I don't know how the other teams are doing. What will happen to them? Sui Xiaoyan said worriedly. Everyone has their own fate. You don't have to worry about them. Sui Xiaoduo sneered and said, look at those teams. Li Chenglong's team is basically not worth worrying about. They can judge the situation and size up the situation. Gao Qiaoer's team is extremely cautious. It would be strange if something happened to them. As for Yu Yan and Jin Piapiao's team, their overall strength seems a little weak. But there's Pai Yibao in that team, who has no sense of existence. They can protect themselves. Even if he shows up in front of you 800 times, you won't remember his special talent. And he's an explosive archer. Are you afraid? Which of the captains of these three teams isn't the old silver coin? If you have time to worry about them, why don't you think about us instead? That's true. Then what about our team? Are you the leader or am I the leader? Sui Xiaoyan asked, rolling her eyes. Who's the leader? Sui Xiaoduo quivered when he heard that. He immediately racked his brains. Obviously, this was a question that would kill him. If I say that Nian Mao is the leader, I'll say that the leaders are all old bastards. Nian Mao will definitely use this as an excuse to get angry. But if I say that I'm the leader, I'll scold myself. Nian Mao will become my subordinate. Nian Mao will definitely be unhappy. The leader of our team must be that bastard Zhu Yan. Sui Xiaoduo laughed and said, don't be fooled by his honest face. He's actually an old bastard who's been around for millions of years. He's got a heart. Sui Xiaoyan snorted and wrinkled her nose. You've passed this test, kid. You actually thought of using Zhu Yan to block me. You're smart. And brave. At the very front, Zhu Yan, who was flying excitedly, was very excited. Leader, I'm the leader. Ha ha ha. The young master said that I'm the leader. As for the old bastard. Ha ha, who isn't an old bastard after living for so many years? Since I'm the leader, I must lead the way to a more relaxed and pleasant place. Since I need to be fast, I might as well tear through space. Not only is it slow, but it's also very monotonous. The young master will probably remove me from the position of leader. His Zhu Yan sped up. A flock of thunder eagles was flapping their wings above the clouds. Every one of them was unimaginably huge. Their wingspans alone were several hundred meters wide. There were no less than 1,000 of them. As they flew above the clouds, not only did they block out the sun, but they also turned the white clouds below into dark clouds. The king of thunder eagles was Lei Shan, one of the 365 ancient demon gods. Although he was ranked last, he was still a grand Luo. He was no pushover. Although he hadn't improved much after so many years, he hadn't met any decent opponents. Cough, he was referring to opponents other than his own colleagues. Every time the demon gods gathered, he was always ranked last and was inevitably bullied. When the other demon gods saw Lei Shan, they would slap him or rub his head. It was nothing. In short, there was no respect for him. Only when he stayed in his own clan could he enjoy the feeling of being looked up to by others. Only now could he be in a superior position and brag to his heart's content. King, Lord Kunpeng has given us this important mission. It's clear that he values us. It's all because of your high cultivation, intelligence, and bravery that you can get this investigation mission from Lord Kunpeng. This is a great honor for our clan. It's the #1 contribution in this catastrophe. A thunder eagle was flying while flatteringly moo, trying its best to flatter him. As Lei Shan flew in a reserved manner, he said indifferently, we are from the Thunder Eagle clan. Our flying speed is fast, and we can fly stealthily and high. These are the advantages of our clan. Of course, the fact that Lord Kunping values us is also a very important aspect. We can only succeed in this investigation mission. We must bring the truest and most detailed information back to Lord Kunping. King, it's too boring to just fly like this. Can you tell us a few stories? A few thunder eagles in front of him had a fawning look. After so many years, who didn't know that their king liked to brag? How could they not create opportunities for him to brag? Not to mention that there was nothing to do now, it was the best time to brag. Even if there was no opportunity, they had to create opportunities for their king to brag. Only by bragging and bragging would their king be comfortable. When their king is comfortable, they would be comfortable. When they are comfortable, the entire clan would be comfortable. The demon race continent has been wandering the starry sky for so many years. The various clans of the demon race are all recuperating. How could there be any new stories to tell? Lei Shan said with a relaxed and happy face, I remember telling you about the matter of the Myriad Immortal Assembly last time. No. No. Everyone said in unison. Myriad Immortal Assembly. You've already bragged about this 100,000 times, but at this time, we have to say that we didn't. As long as we can make everyone feel comfortable, what's the big deal if our ears suffer again and grow a few more calluses? Then I will tell you in detail. Let me tell you, that time was really too dangerous. Lei Shan opened his mouth, his face was red, but he pretended to be frightened. You will never guess what kind of life and death crisis I experienced that time, what kind of life and death situation I was in, what kind of life and death situation I was in, and what kind of life and death I narrowly escaped death. Hee, I can even tell you about your life and death crisis in my sleep. Maybe I can tell you more about it than you. Wow, really? Life and death crisis. Tell us, our king's experience is really rich. That Myriad Immortal Assembly, it was Snow Eagle King who asked me to go with him. Everyone discussed Dao together on a huge island, which happened to be outside of the various forces. It could be said that it was free and lively. Everyone was very happy, and they spoke freely without restraint. But after a few days, an uninvited guest broke into the Myriad Immortal Assembly. Do you know who it is? Lei Shan's eyes were nervous. Who? The Beast of Misfortune. Zhu Yan. Chapter 1329. Fuck. That's it. At that time, Zhu Yan didn't have the title of Beast of Misfortune. We got together and had a good chat. At first, we almost became sworn brothers, but now that I think about it, it was really fucking dangerous. My king, you're so awesome. You can still deal with such a fierce beast with ease. Not necessarily, but that time, it was really dangerous. Lei Shan made an expression of lingering fear. Who would have thought that there was such a jinx among the brothers who drank and chatted together? Who could have known about this in advance? Right? Yes. At that time, we didn't care at all and were still living happily. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and rumbling. Oh my God, it was this island. Guess what it was? What was it? This island is actually the home of an illegitimate child of the Black Tortoise clan. That enormous tortoise shell directly lifted the island we were on out of the sea. When we were drinking, it happened to be the time when the Black Tortoise descendant was going through the tribulation. Everything happened so suddenly. At that time, the tribulation thunder rumbled, and I was so scared that I was dumbfounded. Someone was going through the tribulation, but I stood on his back. Wasn't that suicide? My king, what did you do? What else could I do? Run. Everyone ran like headless flies, and indeed quite a number of them ran away. That mighty black tortoise didn't expect so many people and demons to run to its back during its tribulation, and was directly struck to death by the heavenly tribulation due to these people's burdens. Lei Shan sighed. Now that I think about it, the black tortoise descendant's death was really unjustified. He was going through the tribulation himself, but he had to bear the tribulation of more than 10,000 demon immortals. TSK. It was said that he was cooked later, and the whole sea area was filled with the fragrance for 3 days, and then it stinked for 30 years. TSK. It's probably Zhuyan's fault. So miserable. Of course we ran away long ago. Snow Eagle King and I ran with the biggest group in front. The one at the forefront was Scarlet Ape. At that time, Zhuyan was very powerful and ran the fastest. At first, we all thought that he knew the way. So we ran all the way behind him. But who would have thought that we would run out of the range of the heavenly tribulation by accident? This was unexpected. I thought that this should be the so-called one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. That's right. My king, you're so lucky, you can turn misfortune into blessings. Sigh, what the hell do you guys know? How could we have turned misfortune into blessings? We were indeed rejoicing at that time, but who would have thought that we had actually just escaped from the gates of hell and plunged into the dark Luo temple? Lei Shan sighed. At that time, we were still running at top speed, and Zhu Yan was still leading the way. I was faster, so I gradually caught up with the first group and followed closely behind Zhu Yan. Snow Eagle King wasn't as fast as me, so he was flying with most of the people behind us. At that time, everyone had relaxed. After all, we were all experts in cultivation, so we had a certain understanding of the range of the tribulation. Then, just as I was flying through a space with Zhu Yan, I suddenly felt a chill on my tail. I spat out a mouthful of blood. Instinctively, I rolled for thousands of feet before I had time to look back. Guess what? What? The space behind us had been completely shattered, and the more than 4,000 itinerant immortals behind us had all turned into powder. I clearly saw Snow Eagle King's feathers fluttering in the air. It was so miserable. More than 4,000 people. That blood. Have you ever tried throwing a mountain into the sea? Stirring up towering waves. Have you seen such a spectacular scene? The blood from that day was probably like this. Whoosh. Then it rose. We're all on the same side. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. At that time, I directly peed in my pants. If I had moved a little slower, I would have been finished. You know, the hair on my tail, together with the tip of my tail, was only slightly affected, but it was already destroyed inside. Lei Shan couldn't help but shake his hips, indicating his subordinates to look at his tail. You can't blame King for being timid. If we were there, we might have been scared to death. Later, we found out that His Majesty the Demon King was fighting with the two Zhu Wu. Both sides were preparing for a big move, and we just happened to break in. It just so happened that both sides were attacking at the same time. If we didn't die, who would die? In my opinion, that's just bad luck. His Majesty the Demon Emperor didn't manage to hit the ancestor of Sorcerer, and the ancestor of Sorcerer didn't manage to hit the Demon Emperor either. All the power was received by these 4,000 unlucky people in the middle. How miserable. Lei Shan sighed. What happened after that, King? There's nothing after that. Zhu Yan ran the fastest and disappeared in a flash. Although I survived the disaster, my tail was cut off and my flying speed slowed down. I couldn't catch up with him and fell down. But now that I think about it, I got away from the misfortune and was lucky enough to save my life. Lei Shan sighed, that was really close. Now that I think about it, my heart still beats wildly, and I still have lingering fears. Later on, when the name of Zhu Yan as the beast of misfortune spread out, we knew that all of this was because of this guy. My heart was filled with hatred. King, then did you find trouble with Zhu Yan in the future? Find trouble with him. Lei Shan looked at his subordinate with a strange expression. Anyone who meets Zhu Yan can be so unlucky, and you still dare to find trouble with him. What are you thinking? Let me tell you, in this world, you can meet anything, but don't ever meet Zhu Yan. If you meet him, you'll definitely be unlucky. All the Thunder Eagles nodded and made up their minds. If they really met Zhu Yan, they must avoid him as soon as possible. But so many years had passed, and whether Zhu Yan was still alive was still a question, so they didn't need to worry too much. At this moment, Lei Shan's eyes suddenly focused, and he laughed strangely. Guys, we're not looking for trouble on purpose, but there's someone coming this way. Ha! The person's cultivation is not low, and he actually tore through space to come here. Lei Shan's spirit was lifted. Wait a moment, let me do a relative tearing. Ha ha ha, let that guy come to us. This is not on purpose, it's fate. It's just like what you said about the #1 technique of the catastrophe. All the Thunder Eagles laughed. You're right, King. There's actually such an interesting coincidence, ha ha ha. Then, Lei Shan stood high above the clouds in the void, and his 2 huge claws were surrounded by clear air. With a teasing smile, he stretched out his claws. Chee! Space was torn apart. On the other side. It strived to show that Zhu Yan was constantly tearing through space and hurrying on its way. Not only did it put in effort, but it also enlarged its tail and dragged it behind its butt, making a nest. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian lay comfortably in this nest, chatting while looking at the scenery. It was really indescribably comfortable. That huge, soft tail was enough to be a must-have for home travel. In front of them was a human figure, a human head, and a human body. They were all the size of an ordinary person, and only the huge tail that was dozens of meters long was dragging behind them. It was eye-catching, but it didn't lose its elegance, and it came in a natural and unrestrained manner. After tearing through space twice in a row, it had already traveled thousands of miles and arrived above the clouds. Along the way, Zhu Yan divided its attention. While tearing through space and hurrying on its way, it worked hard to maintain the stability of its tail, so that Zhou Xiaoduo and his wife wouldn't feel bumpy. In contrast, the latter was more attentive than the former. The unprecedented barrier in front of Zhu Yan was pulled open like a curtain in front of him, and then it was pulled open again, and then entered again. At this time, the Thunder Eagle King, Lei Shan, had already set up a formation with thousands of Thunder Eagles, waiting solemnly for the big fish to enter the net. With a chi, the space in front of them was torn apart by a huge force. The Thunder Eagles all focused their attention, ready to attack. In the next moment, with a whoosh, Zhu Yan rushed out. Then, it saw the Thunder Eagles in front of it, covering the sky and the earth, and Zhu Yan felt terrible. What the fuck? Little master, something bad has happened. Zhu Yan's face turned pale. Why are there so many Thunder Eagles hiding here? Are they going to rob us? Taking a closer look, it seemed like there were many great demons on the other side. What's the matter? Zhou Xiaoduo asked lazily, lying lazily in the nest of its tail. We've encountered a group of Thunder Eagles of the demon race. Zhu Yan was already holding its natal weapon, a huge stick, and its expression was unprecedentedly nervous. It felt that a battle was inevitable today, and it was unpredictable and dangerous. What a bummer. Zhou Xiaoduo grumbled unhappily. It was not easy for him to bring his wife out for a honeymoon, but they encountered the demon race as soon as they came out. Chapter 1330. The Thunder Eagles were all in awe, seemingly prostrating themselves on all fours. They had to admit that the king's move was truly ingenious. They were inferior to him. Lei Shan looked at the three little fellows in front of him complacently. In his opinion, the three little things in front of him must have been scared out of their wits, scared silly. Look at how pale their little faces were. But the one in the lead seemed to be a demonic beast. And its strength was not low. Ha ha ha, a big fish. Lei Shan laughed loudly, feeling extremely comical. He also felt that his luck was extremely good. I thought it was an ant, but it turned out to be two big fish. To have such a demonic beast carry you on a journey, you actually have to use your tail to make a nest. Two little human dolls, you really know how to enjoy yourselves. The Zhuyan ape suddenly encountered an unforeseen event, and besides feeling astonished in its heart, it was also stunned for a moment. When the Thunderhawk King spoke, it had already recognized the Thunderhawk King, and it instantly straightened its chest and said with a frown, "Thunderhawk King?" Lei Shan. His voice was filled with disbelief and surprise. Zhu Yan naturally did not expect that after returning from the demon continent, the first person he met was actually an acquaintance. It was the Thunder Eagle King that he had not met for a long time. This was an old friend from back then. His shock turned into joy. After all, this could be considered as meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Lei Shan on the other side was directly stunned. The other party. This demonic beast seemed to recognize him. From his words, he seemed to be very familiar with him. But how come I don't remember having such an old friend? He only recognized Zhu Yan's original form. He had never seen its appearance after it transformed. Naturally, he did not recognize the other party. Especially now that Zhu Yan's appearance was a bit strange. It had a human head and a human body, but it was dragging a big fluffy tail. It looked like a very unconventional squirrel. It was indeed a bit difficult to recognize it. Who are you? Do you really recognize this king? Lei Shan said arrogantly and carelessly. Zhu Yan was excited. Old friend, I didn't expect that the first person I met after the ancestral land was restored would be you. This is really great. Let me tell you. Lei Shan was furious. He slanted his eyes and said, "Slow down. Who are you calling old friend? Are you worthy of being my friend?" Zhu Yan. The Thunderhawk King arrogantly shouted, "Who the hell are you? Since you know this prince's name and origin, why don't you hurry up and kneel down and reply? Even though I am amiable and approachable, I am not someone that any lesser demon can offend. What's with the two human cubs behind you? You're just a little demon that's willing to degenerate. How dare you call yourself an old friend of mine?" Scarlet Ape said, "Thunderhawk, listen to me." The Thunderhawk King faintly smiled, and with the attitude of a superior, he said condescendingly, "In front of this king, you also want to speak while standing?" He let out a thunderous roar, "You demonic beast, I don't care what your roots are. Now that we, the demon clan, have returned, all lands under the heavens belong to the king, and all lands are the king's subjects. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. This prince has been ordered to be the vanguard. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down and report everything you know to this prince? What are you waiting for? As for the two human cubs in front of you, are they the descendants of some important human figure?" The Thunderhawk King questioned in a dignified manner. After hearing these words, Scarlet Ape directly laughed out of anger, "You're still the same as before, acting recklessly. Of course the two behind me are important figures. This king knew that I would definitely catch a fat sheep this time. Since this king has set up a trap, how can this king lightly return? The Thunderhawk King couldn't wait and laughed wildly, otherwise, why would there be a Grand Luo Demon clan as a bodyguard? Ha ha ha. Scarlet Ape's face became even more speechless. I was wrong. After so many years, although this Thunderhawk King's conduct is the same as before, his brain has already been damaged, and he has shockingly turned into a fool. Wasn't this guy very obedient back then? How come now? He's become so brainless. Cough cough cough. Zhou Xiaoduo stood up from Scarlet Ape's shoulder, and said with a frown, Demon King, you just said that you're here to be the vanguard. To investigate. What do you want to know? I actually know quite a bit of inside information. Since you're our old Zhu's old friend, there's no harm in telling you. When Scarlet Ape heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. Young Master Zhua is really treating me as one of his own. With just the words old Zhu, he's already firmly established my identity, and there's no longer any room for doubt. How can I not be incomparably jubilant? The Thunderhawk King snorted, at least you're sensible, human cub. But there's no need for you to tell me about the division of forces in the continent. We know everything clearly. You only need to tell me about those so-called experts within the ancestral land, as well as their respective legendary realms. How about it? Since you're able to have such a bodyguard, I presume you're the descendant of some important figure. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with these stories, right? As long as you honestly tell me everything you know, this king will be merciful today, and give you a way out. The Thunderhawk King said in a dignified manner. His actions were filled with the demeanor of a king, and the bearing of a superior. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, it's fate and luck. Falling into the hands of a great demon like you today, I have no choice but to say it. But are you really going to agree to give us a way out? Do you have such great authority? This king is one of the few demon gods of the demon race, the king of the Thunderhawk clan. My words are like a mountain, how can I go back on my words? Since the king has made a promise, I'll naturally tell you everything I know. However, I'm also not the descendant of some important figure. Although I have old Zhu as my companion, this ostentatious arrangement is only normal on our side. Sigh, I'm off topic. The king definitely won't be interested in listening, but my position is insignificant, and what I know is really limited. Say what you know. Yes, yes. Regarding the legendary experts, I've only heard that there aren't many experts in the 3 continents. The highest is only the Quasi-Saint realm, and there are only about 30 of them. They're known as the 36 Saints. Actually, I've said that they're just fishing for fame. They're obviously just quasi-saints, but they actually dare to use the word saint in their names. It's really too much. Sen. 36 quasi-saints. The Thunderhawk King's eyes widened in an instant. What the hell? There were actually so many quasi-saints in the ancestral land of the 3 continents. Although there weren't any saints, was it so easy to produce a saint? It was normal that there weren't any. As for the quasi-saints, according to what I know, there are 365 of them. Among them, there's an old story that says that one day of a person is equivalent to a year of suppressing the world. Isn't there exactly 365 of them? Therefore, they have another name, and the world calls them the 365 Suns. In addition, they have their own rankings. Those who are ranked on the first day of the new year are naturally the first, and those who are ranked on the 30th of the 12th lunar month are the last. Their rankings often change, and for this ranking, they often fight until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. The people of the continent have suffered for a long time. Duo spoke with great detail. There were old stories, rumors, and facts, making it hard not to believe. At the very least, the Thunderhawk King's expression had completely darkened. The look of panic in his eyes could not be concealed. 36 quasi-saints. 365 quasi-saints. What kind of immortal strength was this? What the hell could it be that the return of the demon race this time was actually a mistake? Then, what about those below the quasi-saint level? The Thunderhawk King asked with a hint of hope. Those below the quasi-saint level. There are even more cultivators below the quasi-saint level. The number of people that Your Majesty wants to know is really too many, and it's almost impossible to count. Just those that I know are already extremely many, and it would take me a few days to tell you their names. Duo revealed a distressed expression and said, Peak Grand Heavenly Immortals, those that are stuck at the entrance of the quasi-saint level are almost as numerous as a car. Those that have some status in the 3 continents have all hired Grand Heavenly Immortals as bodyguards. Your Majesty wants me to tell you everything, and it's really a little difficult for us. Duo patted Zhu Yan's shoulder and said, Actually, Your Majesty, there's a little mistake in your judgment. Old Zhu is traveling with us, and it's not that he's protecting us, he's just accompanying us. My family is a small family, so how can we afford to hire a true Peak Grand Heavenly Immortals to protect us? Therefore, we've taken a step back, and I'm really ashamed to have made you laugh. Lei Shan's eyes were already spinning. Is this something a human should say? I feel like I'm dreaming. Hiring a Grand Heavenly Immortal demon is actually a little embarrassing, and you've even made me laugh. What the fuck? Then, with Your Majesty's status, background, and knowledge, you definitely won't be interested in hearing about the rest. I won't say any more. What you said just now still counts, right? Duo bragged until he couldn't even brag anymore, but he still didn't forget to use words to mock Thunder Eagle King. In short, there are innumerable cultivators, and they're like carps crossing the river. He was stopped and robbed, and originally wanted to go on a killing spree. However, after thinking about it, he changed his mind. What's the use of going on a killing spree? It's better to fool them first. And see if there's any unexpected gains. Zhu Yan stood there with a serious expression, and his expression didn't change at all, as if he wasn't excited at all. This meant that what Little Master said was all true. Lei Shan was already starting to feel a little discouraged. There's actually so many fucking experts. My legs are a little weak. Duo said, Why don't I tell Your Majesty about a few classic battles in the 3 continents? If you want to talk about classic battles, the first one would be the battle between the Peak Half-Saints Li Chenglong, Longxing, and Duo, Sheng. In order to determine who's the best in the world, that battle was. Almost all the Peak experts were present. 3,000 people were watching from all directions, and those 2 Peak Half-Saints fought in a narrow circle. Although the battle was unprecedentedly fierce, the aftermath of the battle scattered in all directions was negligible. Even the hair of the people close to them didn't sway at all. Your Majesty, you're one of the few demon gods of the demon race, so you naturally know the mystery behind it. It's not hard to imagine the brilliance of that battle if you're in a trance for a moment. That battle was so intense that the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, Duo, Xing, became the best expert in the world. Roughly counting, it's already been around 5,000 years. Duo's face was full of admiration. Chapter 1331. Xiaoyan coughed and couldn't help but lower her head. She almost laughed out loud. She really wanted to ask a question. Even their hair didn't sway. How intense was it? Why didn't you just say that it shocked the heavens and earth? However, the Thunderhawk King and the group of Thunderhawks had already been blown silly by the wind. They even began to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. How could this indigenous continent be so terrifying? What should we do when there are so many experts? How can we fight? Li Chenglong, Dragon Saint, Sua Xiao Duo, Sua Sheng. Lei Shan muttered to himself, feeling indescribably dejected. Duo Great Saint. This name is really. He was very sure that just from the current description, he could feel that if he encountered this Li Chenglong, Dragon Saint, and Sua Xiao Duo, his chances of survival were less than 1 in 10 million. This kind of strength was really too terrifying and too shocking. It was not just the suppression of a large realm. Just the control of his own strength was not only meticulous, it was simply restrained to the extreme. When facing such strength, the other party only needed to raise his hand and point a finger, an extremely condensed and restrained attack. Killing him would be a piece of cake. This kind of strength was almost comparable to His Majesty the Demon Emperor, right? I didn't expect that after not coming back for so many years, the ancestral land has been turned upside down and can't be compared to the past. Lei Shan sighed, feeling that they had been abandoned by the times. Demon King, what else do you want to ask? Ask away. The questions you asked just now were too general, and many of them were beyond my knowledge. Sua Xiao Duo was very straightforward and said, our 3 continents still follow the principle that the bigger fist is the bigger reason. Demon King, you're very powerful. It's fate that we met today, and it's our fortune to be able to retreat safely. If you want to know anything, I'll tell you everything I know. Ask away, ask away. Thunderhawk King Lei Shan sighed and said, may I know your name, young master? In his tone, he was actually much more polite. After all, he had a demon grand heavenly immortal as his subordinate. Who knew if he would have a half-saint or quasi-saint backing him? Sua Xiao Duo smiled and said, Demon King, you're too polite. I'm Long Yusheng. I'm just a nobody in the 3 continents. So it's young Master Long. At this moment, Lei Shan was clearly dejected. He waved his hand and said, young Master Long, please do as you please. Since I said I would let you go, this king will definitely not go back on his word. Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. His intention for spouting nonsense was not pure in the first place. Using his own heart to gauge the demon's heart, he felt that the possibility of this demon going back on his word and not letting him go was inevitable. Thus, he was already prepared to take action. In his mind, he was still thinking about how to make him believe his words and bring him back after making a move. He couldn't think of any ideas at the moment. Who would have thought that the other party actually didn't even need him to think of a solution, and directly kept his promise and was really going to let him go? This script was exceptionally smooth. Thank you, Demon King. You are a man of your word. You are truly a gentleman. Sua Xiao Duo said, Demon King, where do you want to go next? Lei Shan was listless and said, I was ordered to come here. Naturally, I want to go to the 3 continents and see what's going on. Demon King, you can't. Sua Xiao Duo said seriously, Demon King is a sincere gentleman. You keep your promise and even saved my life. I'm not an ungrateful person. There's something I need to remind you of. Sua Xiao Duo said righteously, I've already said it clearly just now. The 3 continents follow the principle of the strong being respected. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. You can easily kill without hesitation. Your Majesty's strength is naturally unreachable to us, but if you encounter those senior experts, the chances of you being able to escape unscathed are very slim. You can't go forward. Moreover, it's dangerous to the left and right. Demon King, listen to my advice. You'd better go back to where you came from and quickly return. Lei Shan asked, is the other side of the 3 continents really that dangerous? Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, Your Majesty is the pillar of the demon race. There are several demon gods. You should know about the demon race that is currently fighting with the aristocrats. Lei Shan's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, the demon race's strength is weak. Only the evil dragon, Dark Phoenix, and a few other demon monarchs have some fighting strength. If it weren't for the fact that our race has some misgivings, we would only need to charge and destroy them. The demon clown is nothing to be afraid of. Sua Xiaoduo lowered his voice and said with a smile, Your Majesty's words are certainly accurate. But does Your Majesty know why the demon race is so weak? Lei Shan was stunned and said in surprise, What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that the demon race's decline is caused by the 3 continents? Sua Xiaoduo smiled, Your Majesty is indeed a wise man. The demon race returned before the aristocrats and immediately started a war. The allied forces of the 3 continents counterattacked and fought in the Plague Sea of the Tao League. In that battle, the elites of the demon race were all deployed. The left and right protectors, the 99 demon monarchs, and 3,000 demon gods appeared at the same time. Their momentum shook the heavens. Lei Shan said suspiciously, Wait, the demon race does have the left and right protectors, the 99 demon monarchs, and 3,000 demon gods. But that's the fighting strength of the immemorial era. Many of them had already fallen during the dusk of the demon race. It doesn't make sense for you to bring them up now. Sua Xiaoduo's face sank, and he said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, how long has it been since the dusk of the demon race? The aristocrats have been recuperating. Have they recovered their fighting strength? If the aristocrats can recover, can't the demon race do the same? Lei Shan didn't understand, but he felt that he had misunderstood. He couldn't help but say, You're right, I've misunderstood. Please continue. Sua Xiaoduo continued, In that battle, the elites of the demon race were deployed. They wanted to conquer the 3 continents in one fell swoop, but they were met with the joint counterattack of the 3 continents. In the end, the demon race conquered the Tao League, which was used as bait by the allied forces. But they also paid a heavy price. The higher-ups of the demon race, other than the evil dragon and the dark phoenix, were only left with a few demon monarchs and a dozen demon gods. The aristocrats had already started a war with the demon race, so you should know that what I said is true. Lei Shan was shocked when he heard that. He said dumbfoundedly, What the hell? You mean, not only did the demon race win with great difficulty, but they also lost more than 80% of their fighting strength? Sua Xiaoduo said solemnly, In this battle, if the demon ancestor hadn't been so careless and used the god-killing spear to attack many of the top experts of the 3 continents, causing the front line to collapse, the final result might not have been the fall of the Tao League. Lei Shan was even more dumbfounded. He said with a trembling voice, You mean, the demon ancestor also joined the battle? When the god-killing spear attacked, he only heavily injured them and didn't kill many of them. Sua Xiaoduo blinked in embarrassment. My king, I'm just a small character. I don't know the details, but as for how many of the demon race's fighting strength, as one of the top figures in the demon race, you can easily find out if you ask around. You have your own proof, so why do I have to say more? Also, on that day, many of our great sages personally took action and resisted the god-killing spear. This is also known to everyone. Many of our great sages could resist the god-killing spear. Lei Shan couldn't think straight. How can it be fake? Lei Shan's expression became more and more unpleasant. He naturally knew that they were fighting the demon race, and the demon race didn't have many experts participating in the battle. However, the demon race wouldn't have thought that the demon race really didn't have any demons to send and was unable to fight. However, the scale of the fighting strength of the 3 continents was actually so terrifying. Zhuo Xiaoduo paused and said, "There's one more thing. I feel that my king is a kind and sincere gentleman, so I might as well say it all. In front, which is the direction I came from, there's already an inescapable net and a huge ambush. Among them, there are many half-saint experts who are rushing here. They've already formed a huge pocket." He took a deep breath. "Actually, this is the main reason why I didn't panic when I was stopped by the Demon King. It's because I know that even if the Demon King doesn't let me go, he only needs to shout, and I won't be in any danger." Lei Shan's face turned pale. "Is this true?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said sincerely, "Although my king's strength is very high, but you are only slightly stronger than old Zhu, I can still see that. My king treated me with sincerity, so I should also return the favor with sincerity. If there is a single lie in my words, then I, Long Yuxing, am inferior to pigs and dogs." Lei Shan's eyes flickered, and he immediately felt that he couldn't advance or retreat. Should he be scared back by these words? However, looking at this kid in front of him, he was at the age of youth and didn't know the gravity of the situation. It was normal for him to reveal his own arrangements in a moment of hot-headedness. The most important thing was that his expression was so sincere, so upright and honest. His eyes were clear, and his words were firm and sonorous. The children of big aristocratic families were indeed raised like this. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and added, "I know that the Demon King doesn't believe me, but there's nothing I can do. After all, we're on the opposite side. By the way, when the demon continent returned, we weren't prepared enough for the first battle, and the demon ancestor succeeded in his sneak attack, severely injuring many half-saints. However, in the subsequent battles, we sent out many high-level combatants and defeated the demon ancestor. Under the leadership of many great sages, many half-saints joined forces and severely injured demon ancestor Rahu. The demon ancestor was seriously injured, and he hasn't fought since. This is something that can't be hidden from others." This was true. After the demon race returned, they fought the demon race and defeated the demon race, which was extremely miserable. However, only a few high-level demon race members joined the battle, and demon ancestor Rahu seemed to be asleep. He didn't even show his face, let alone fight. It turned out that he was injured by many great sages and so many half-saints, and he hadn't recovered yet. So this was the truth. With Lei Shan's identity, he naturally knew these things. When he connected the dots with Long Yuxing's words, his expression couldn't help but change again. Even demon ancestor Rahu was seriously injured by a sneak attack, so what was he? Once he entered the ambush, wouldn't he become a dead eagle in minutes? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Lei Shan's back. "Thank you for the reminder." Chapter 1332. Lei Shan could not help but secretly rejoice. He was indeed a lucky man who could turn misfortune into fortune. "Ever since I met Zhu Yan, my bad luck has probably been used up. I was the only one who escaped death. This time, I met this little brother, and just as I was about to step into the ambush, I accidentally learned of this secret and saved my life. Indeed, kindness is rewarded. Good people live a peaceful life. I, Lei Shan, am a demon who is blessed by the heavens." Zhuo Xiaoduo said sincerely, "We're just asking for information. I'm sure you already know what you should know. Why do you have to go into the lion's den? The lives of these thousands of brothers are all elites of the clan. It's very important." Zhuo Xiaoduo said earnestly and sincerely. The thousands of Thunder Eagles also stared at Lei Shan. It was obvious that most of them had already begun to retreat. My king, this little brother is right. My king, we're new here. We can't take risks. My king, it's better to be safe than sorry. Lei Shan sighed and said, this little brother is right. We'll go back now. As he spoke, he actually bowed to Shuo Duo. Thank you for telling me, Brother Long. I, Lei Shan, owe you a big favor. I've offended you before. Shuo Duo laughed heartily. What are you talking about, Demon King? You were the one who showed kindness first, and I responded. We hit it off at first sight, so we should visit each other often and exchange information. Lei Shan laughed heartily. He flapped his wings and rose into the air. He actually led the group of Thunder Eagles back. Watching the group of Thunder Eagles leave, Shuo Duo, who had succeeded in his scheme, could not believe that it was real. I didn't know that I was so good at bluffing. I actually managed to bluff the enemy's spy away. Sui Xiaoyan, who was watching from the side, pursed her lips and smiled. Zhu Yan scratched its head and still did not say a word. They really left, heh? Shuo Duo scratched his head subconsciously. Ignorant horse. Sui Xiaoyan said in disdain. The Zhu Yan has been using its own mental energy to influence the Thunderhawk King the entire time. Do you think that this is all because of you? Spiritual power. Shuo Duo suddenly realized. How did you do it? Zhu Yan chuckled and said, back then, I had some dealings with this Lei Shan. I know a little about the weaknesses of the Thunder Eagle clan. My mental power, on the other hand, carries the Plague Stun attribute. The Thunder Eagle clan is born with a large body and small brain. They are not very intelligent. As long as they are slightly bewitched. Hee hee. Zhu Yan said smugly. Then, shall we continue forward? Little master, you mean to follow the Thunder Eagle? Catch a sheep and pull its wool to the end. Smart. Okay. But first, we have to send this information back and find someone up ahead. Up ahead, Lei Shan led his tribe back at lightning speed. After leaving Shuo Duo and the others, the Thunder Eagle clan could no longer hide their true emotions. Worry and panic were written all over their faces. This is too scary. This native of the ancestral land is too sinister. He actually set up an ambush for me. That's right, he thinks too highly of me. He actually set up an ambush. Ambush me. However, as he flew, he was puzzled. Did I forget something? What exactly did I overlook? King, who was the great demon that spoke to you as soon as we came up? A Thunder Eagle beside him asked curiously. He seems to be quite familiar with you. Lei Shan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, abruptly stopping his forward momentum. That's right. I just forgot about it. Who is that guy? Why don't I have any impression of him? There is a vague sense of familiarity, but I can't remember. Such a big tail is so obvious. Without saying anything, he pulled out bundles of Tianji orders from the space ring and threw them down. As he flew, he threw tens of thousands of orders. In 1 second, he threw more than a dozen orders. Walala walala. Many of the Tianji orders that were just thrown down immediately generated the feedback of fate points. One after another, fate points began to drizzle. Then, the drizzle turned into moderate rain turned into heavy rain turned into torrential rain, and finally turned into a super heavy rainstorm. Shuo Duo tossed out billions of Tianji orders in one breath. Shuo Xiaoyan, who was watching from the side, was flabbergasted. Only now did she understand why Xiao Duo wanted to print so many Tianji orders. She couldn't help but remind him subconsciously, use them sparingly. After all, with Xiaoduo's method, even if he had trillions of fate points in reserve, it might not be enough. Xiaoduo laughed. Don't worry, don't worry. There are plenty of them. I'm still printing them. Xiaonian pursed her lips. What are you printing? When the various races' continents returned and the ancestral land's continent reappeared, all the technology and electricity resources were destroyed. How are you going to print them? At most, we can send you another batch. That's already the limit. Even if we can make more generators, can we supply them to the printing factory? Can you use those tricks of yours in the right place? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, fiercely smashing Xiaoduo's head. Xiaoduo, who was shocked by the bad news, instantly felt dizzy. Fuck, I really neglected this. Seeing the countless buildings on the continent collapse in front of me, I actually didn't think of the follow-up in this regard. Then, not only would the printing of Tianji orders be affected, but the supply of Astral Soul's jade powder would also be affected. After all, there was no more meteor shower to kiss the earth. There was also Master Ji Weiran, whom I had high hopes for. Now that all the technology was destroyed, it would be difficult for him to maintain the power of the technology equipment. Fuck, was the situation already so bad? I'm really stupid. Xiaoduo fiercely slapped himself in the face. No wonder I can only place one order. I can only print one more time. Xiaoduo sighed deeply. At the same time, he felt a sense of heartfelt relief. Fortunately, he had a good personality and always adhered to the principle of being magnanimous. He had never been afraid of too much. This was why he had prepared ahead of time and placed a crazy order. Otherwise, he was afraid that there wouldn't be enough left. At this point, Xiaoduo not only didn't have the idea of using it sparingly, but he also became more and more aggressive, spreading out more and more pieces. What are you doing? I'll tell you the truth. This thing is related to the progress of my strength. Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. Only by spreading it to the maximum extent can my strength increase faster. Also, I have a feeling that when my strength increases to the point of invincibility, I won't need this thing anymore. Therefore, the weaker I am, the more I have to spread it all out. It doesn't matter even if I don't have a single card left. The earlier I spread it out, the faster it will become my strength. If I don't spread it out, it will just be a card in my hand. No matter how much I keep it, it will be meaningless. What he said was extremely reasonable. Xiaonian was instantly convinced and nodded repeatedly. If not for the fact that the Tianji order had to be personally handled by Xiaoduo, Xiaonian might have already helped. The three of them continued to follow the Thunder Eagles. They crossed the battlefield and went to the outer edge of the monster race's continent. As they went deeper, Xiaoduo and the other two became more and more careful and cautious. This was the land, in the true sense, where experts were as common as clouds. Once they were exposed, they would really be finished. Although he had the Tower of Annihilation, there were terrifying legendary figures like Dong Huang, the Demon King, and the Demon Master here. As long as they recalled the power of the Azure Dragon Lord in the past, it was obvious that with their current cultivation, they still could not compare to the Azure Dragon Lord. As for the monster race, the most conservative estimate was that there were at least 3 or more people like the Azure Dragon Lord. Do you think I can get a corner of the other creation plate this time? Xiaoduo suddenly had a thought. This is the territory of the monster race. The other 3 pieces are all here. Xiaonian thought for a while and warned, you have to be careful. If you don't get the item, you still have another chance. However, if you lose your life, you will really lose everything. My wife is right. Zhuo Xiao Duo followed her advice and said sweetly, "Come, give me a kiss." Mwack mwack, dot. I'm back. I'm so tired. I've been on the road for a total of 22 hours. Can you believe it? Let's take a rest. I'm really tired. I really need to change the title of the book. Everyone, help me think. Chapter 1333. He watched as the thunder eagles flew into a vast mountain range like a black cloud. Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo stopped and did not move forward. The vast mountain in front of them was extremely majestic. Waves of frightening aura came and went in mid-air, appearing and disappearing from time to time. This also caused the two of them to feel that it was filled with powerful divine senses that caused them to tremble. Moreover, it wasn't just one or two strands, there were at least a few dozen strands. Let's wait here. At this time, even Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression changed. After sensing the terrifying aura in front, no matter how bold he was, he knew very well that this was not a place he could enter casually. Do a thorough investigation and report back to us. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's real purpose. In the vast mountain range. A dense space flashed, and then a huge group of towering palaces appeared. A group of thunder eagles stopped far away. Only Lei Shan landed on the ground with two thunder eagles and continued to walk forward. Stop. What's the matter? Lei Shan was ordered by the demon master to investigate the ancestral land. Now that the mission is completed, I'm here to report back. Wait. Inside, they went to investigate. But after a while, a door appeared. Come in. The demon master is in the main hall. Thank you, brother. Who's your brother? Don't try to curry favor with me. Yes, yes. Lei Shan bowed humbly, with a flattering smile on his face, and walked in. The guards at the door curled their lips. This kind of trash actually became one of the 365 demon gods back then. Why? Shut up, this is not something we can say. I'm just not convinced. Shut up, even if you're not convinced, you'll have a chance in the future. The demon master is wise and resourceful, and the demon king is wise and powerful. How can talents be buried? No matter how much you complain, what chance will you get? In the main hall. Clouds and mist were drifting. Lei Shan greets the demon master. Well, how's the investigation? Reporting to the demon master, this subordinate went to the ancestral land. After many risks, I almost died, but finally the investigation results are out. Did you encounter any dangers during your trip? Demon Master, the situation is very serious. Although I didn't fight with the experts of the ancestors' land this time, I was just jumping on the edge of life and death. It's not a lie. We underestimated the strength of the indigenous people of the ancestors' land. The difference is too great. Lei Shan's forehead was covered with sweat. This proved that what he said was true. At the very least, this was what he knew. His emotions were very real. The body of the Kunping demon master was hidden in a cloud, but the feeling of boundless pressure made Lei Shan not even dare to take a deep breath. What did you find out? I have accurate information. There are quasi-saints in the ancestral land now. Lei Shan honestly told him all the information he had gathered. Halfway through his words, the Kunping demon master suddenly sighed. In the hall, the air suddenly froze. You only met a human on this trip, and after listening to his lies, you came back to report directly. The Kunping demon master's eyes flashed with lightning. Yes, yes. That young master is a benevolent gentleman. He would never lie. After all, it was me. I was the one who showed kindness first and spared his life. And the other two Thunder Eagles also desperately tried to confirm. It's really like that, really. The Kunping Demon Master sighed. Take him away and beat him 3,000 times. Sir, I'm innocent. In a flash, the sound of beating boards like a storm was transmitted into the main hall. After 3,000 strikes, apart from Lei Shan, 2 of the 3 Thunder Eagles were killed on the spot. Lei Shan was thrown in like a pile of mud. Most of the bones in his body were broken. Tell me, what kind of person did you meet? What did he look like? Lei Shan trembled all over, desperately trying to recall every detail. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity, a sense of dissonance that he had not felt for a long time, suddenly surged into his heart. He opened his eyes full of tears, and was somewhat lost in thought. He muttered, I seem to have remembered something, that tail, yes, it's that tail. Suddenly, Lei Shan burst into tears without any warning. He cried bitterly and choked with sobs. I know who I met, woo, why am I so unlucky? Who did you meet? Lei Shan cried loudly, using his hands to beat the ground. He said sorrowfully, no wonder that dog greeted me as soon as he came up, as if he was very familiar with me, so he really is very familiar with me, so it's that dog, woo. Someone you know. Who is it? Who is it? Pig. Zhu Yan. Lei Shan's tears flowed down. I was wondering why I was so unlucky, so it's him. Not bad. If it wasn't him, how could I be so unlucky? As soon as the 2 words Zhu Yan came out, the entire hall became silent. Even the clouds in front of the face of the Kunping Demon Master, who was sitting at the top, suddenly dispersed, revealing his heroic face. The clouds immediately closed. However, the Kunping Demon Master was clearly moved. It was obvious. As the saying goes, a person's name is like the shadow of a tree. The name Zhu Yan shook the heavens and the earth. Anyone with knowledge would be 30% fearful and 70% evil. Zhu Yan. The Kunping Demon Master angrily slapped the armrest, his eyes full of murderous intent. Damn it! If I didn't touch it before the Purple Cloud Palace listened to Dao, I wouldn't have been robbed of my futon by Zhuanti. This scourge is actually still alive. The Kunping Demon Master's aura surged out like an avalanche, causing the entire hall to tremble and fall into silence. Lei Shan, who was already seriously injured, rolled his eyes and fainted. Wake him up, then bring him and the Thunder Eagles out. Carry out the mission according to the way we came. Find Zhu Yan and the human who dared to spread false information. The Kunping Demon Master ordered coldly. But are we going to take that kid down and cut him into pieces? Can't you grow some brains? Since the other party had gone to such great lengths to give him false information, there must be a purpose. As for this purpose, Lei Shan would be able to find out once he went out. Daring to toy with my demon clan like this. A mere human brat, he has some guts. The few of you, after Lei Shan points out the direction, sweep the area of 3,000 miles with your divine senses, including the way Lei Shan came from. Use your divine senses to sweep the area 3 times within 15,000 miles. Remember, sweep to 1,000 meters underground. The Kunping Demon Master's eyes were cold. This person must be within this area. If we can't find him in 1 day, we'll find him in 2 days. If we can't find him in 2 days, we'll find him in 1 month. Zhuo Xiaoduo stealthily hid in the dense forest outside, plucking up his courage to occupy the highest position, and looked at the secret entrance of the valley from afar. The Thunder Eagle King had already brought the news over, so there must be the higher-ups of the demon race inside. He just didn't know if the higher-ups of the demon race would believe it. If they did, what would they do? Would they be more cautious? Or could it be that this was a logical way to buy some buffer time for the Star Spirit Continent? Of course, this was the most ideal and most desirable result. But if they believed it, they would choose to take a hard stance that wasn't impossible either. As for whether they believed it or not, so be it. They wouldn't lose anything. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo saw the clouds in the valley rippling, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The overwhelming divine senses swept back and forth, sweeping the area within a radius of 3,000 miles. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other two saw that the situation wasn't good, and immediately entered the Void Extermination Tower. Damn, it's so powerful. Our concealment technique doesn't seem to be able to hide from the other party's divine senses. What kind of technique is this? Or, why is it like this? The few of them hid in the Void Extermination Tower for an hour before they dared to peek out. After that wave of energy swept past, it didn't sweep back and forth, and they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But then, it lifted up again, and they saw that in the direction of the Thunderhawk King, a huge shadow sat majestically in the sky, and an even more powerful divine senses began to sweep again. Damn it! Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly retreated back into the Void Extermination Tower. Damn, it's not over yet. Xiaoduo, I'm afraid that your scheme has been seen through, and the most terrible thing is that the other party seems to have locked onto our approximate location. In other words, even if we go back the way we came, we won't be able to do so anymore. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned, looking at the other party's actions. They should want to catch you. I think they're very sure that you've chased after them, so they made such arrangements. The other party's thinking is meticulous, and their action is even more powerful. As for the Thunderhawk King, don't be delusional anymore. Speaking of which, your scheme is simply impossible to realize. We actually thought that you were quick-witted and went crazy with you. Not only is the Thunderhawk King an idiot, but we're also not that smart. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face turned bitter. Sister Nian, it's my wishful thinking. Don't say that about yourself. Zhuo Xiaoyan chuckled. You'd better think about how to deal with the current situation. Not only did the other party not fall for it, but they're also thinking of using this line to catch you. I'm afraid this is not going to be easy to pass. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. I originally wanted to cast a net when there was no fish. But in the end, I met such a rational opponent. It's probably because things have been going too smoothly recently, and I've taken things for granted too much, so I'm a little unlucky. Zhu Yan coughed, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He really wanted to say that it wasn't his fault, but once he said that, it would easily get him into trouble. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled. Scheming is something that can only be effective when used on people of the same level as you. For example, the Thunderhawk King is a guy with more muscles than brains. But such a simple trick can only be used on an old fox who has been rolling in the conspiracy for millions or tens of millions of years, and who used to be the operators of the heavenly law. It's really too wishful thinking for you to think that it will work. Chapter 1334. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he said seriously, Sister Nian, you are right. I really underestimated my opponent. It was too wishful thinking on my part. Thinking of this, his head unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. This was indeed a big mistake. He always thought that he could take advantage of the situation and scheme something. Especially when he met a guy like the Thunderhawk King who didn't seem to be very smart, he couldn't help but want to make use of him. But how could he forget that even if the Thunderhawk King was a fool, the higher-ups behind him weren't fools. They were all ancient foxes. To play tricks in front of such an old fox, of course, he would only be unlucky. For example, now. He didn't succeed in scheming against the demon clan to buy time. Instead, he trapped himself here. He didn't know what to do and couldn't advance or retreat. Obviously, the other party already knew that he was here. Now, they only needed to block this path. Sooner or later, they would be able to find him. And this place could already be considered the interior of the demon clan's continent. If not for the fact that Suashao Duo had the void exterminating pagoda in his hands, once he was exposed here and they really started fighting, the entire demon clan's elites and higher-ups would all rush here in a breath's time. Even without the peak combat power of the demon clan like Donghuang, Demon Emperor and Demon Master, it would be enough to make Suashao Duo and the other two suffer a lot. This is really troublesome. Suashao Duo had a headache. You are being too smart for your own good. You are asking for trouble. Suashaonian smiled, but she also quickly thought of a solution. After all, it seemed that this matter was really not easy to handle now. Outside, divine senses were intertwined as if they were facing a great enemy. Obviously, the other party had put in a lot of effort and wouldn't give up until they caught him. Just the current situation was already very scary, not to mention that there were other backup plans. The situation was unprecedentedly serious. That's not right. If it was just because of a human kid like me, the situation wouldn't be so serious, right? I have used a fake name. The demon clan has just returned. No matter how hard they try, they won't link it to my real identity. Why is there a need to make such a big fuss? To say the least, even if you guessed that my background is not ordinary, you still think too highly of me by making such a big scene. Suashaoduo's eyes darted around before they settled on Zhu Yan. Brother Zhu, it seems that your old brother has recognized you. Scarlet Ape was dumbfounded. It couldn't be, right? I called out to him just now, but he didn't even respond. That arrogant look on his face was definitely not an act. How could he recognize me in the blink of an eye? This was illogical. Suashao Duo racked his brains like never before and said, so now, the most obvious target isn't us but Zhu Yan. At the very least, Scarlet Ape can't show itself for a while. If we want to get out of here, we can only rely on the strength of the two of us. He glared at Zhu Yan and scolded, it's all your fault. Zhu Yan looked aggrieved and dumbfounded. Suashaonian felt that Suashaoduo's words made sense. But it was one thing to understand, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that Suashaoduo's cleverness had caused him to be trapped in the heart of the most dangerous enemy. This little puppy had finally learned his lesson today. Although it was very dangerous and life and death were at stake, Suashaonian had an inexplicable feeling. As if she was gloating. It was really. She hadn't seen the little puppy embarrassed for a long time. She really wanted to record the little puppy's expression at this moment. Li Chenglong and the others would definitely be willing to pay a high price for it. Alas, as a wife, it seemed very wrong of her to have such thoughts. But why did she want to put them into action so much? It had to be said that under the leadership of a group of old foxes, especially under the command and control of the Kunping Demon Master, Suashao Duo and the others were in a sorry state and were at a loss of what to do. The Kunping Demon Master seemed to be certain that the person who provided the false information must have followed the Thunder Eagle clan here and was currently in the territory of the Demon clan with Zhu Yan. Therefore, great demons of the Zenith Heavenly Realm kept sweeping back and forth with their divine senses without slacking off. Xiaoduo's divine senses were completely different from those of the great demons of the demon clan. Once a little bit of it appeared, it would be immediately swept away. After all, it was the divine senses of a great demon of the zenith heavenly realm, and its ability to distinguish was extraordinarily strong. Xiaoduo didn't dare to take the risk at all. This continued until late at night 3 days later. Xiaoduo sneaked out sneakily, knocked out 2 tiger demons of the zenith heavenly realm, and quietly dragged them into the void extermination tower. The reason why he chose to attack the small demons of the zenith heavenly realm was naturally because such cultivation was very, very inconspicuous in the demon clan. This way, they could minimize the risk of being exposed if they were to attract attention. On the other hand, it was easier to impersonate the small demons of this level. Although from a certain point of view, my rash advance this time is a big mistake, as the saying goes, a crisis is not necessarily a turning point. This can also be a great opportunity. Our understanding of the demon clan is limited to being powerful, very powerful, and super powerful. As for how powerful they are and how powerful they are, we actually don't have a specific idea. In the current situation, if we want to investigate here, even if our father comes and wants to find something useful, he may not be able to return safely. Now that we've come here by accident, it's a lucky chance. Since we're here, let's take things as they come. It's not impossible for us to gain something by taking advantage of the situation. Xiaonian said, that's all we can think of now. But as for the imitation of the demon clan's aura, at present it's the biggest problem that needs to be solved urgently. The two of them tortured out the cultivation method of the tiger demons, and then after a night. Well, after a year and a half of cultivation in the void extermination tower, they had already cultivated the tiger demon's unique skill, white tiger howling at the moon, to the peak of the zenith heavenly realm. It could be said that whether it was demonic power or realm, it was enough to fool them. Only their own demon chi was still not rich enough. The density of the demon chi of the demon clan was roughly equivalent to the purity of the vital essence of the human clan. It was linked to the suppression and purification of one's own spiritual essence. Although the two of them knew the cultivation method, they were not demons after all. It was normal that their demon chi was rare and pure. But just this alone, if they encountered some careful big demons, the risk of being exposed would be greatly increased. However, there was nothing the couple could do about this. And this would be a huge hidden danger in the follow-up plan. It could easily lead to a fatal disaster. Perhaps in the face of the Wu people and the demon clan, the two of them would be completely daring. Even if they were exposed, they would not take it seriously and just laugh it off. But in the face of the demon clan, they did not have the guts to do so. There were too many experienced demons in the demon clan. Those who could be called big demons were all meticulous and experienced in the Jianghu. For example, Lei Shan was an absolute case. One of them was already the limit. Trying to fool the big demons with this little disguise was simply as naive as a fairy tale. How can we increase more demon chi in a limited time? This thing is even more obscure than spiritual essence. It really doesn't listen to orders. Xiaoduo and Xiaonian frowned. If this step could not be taken, they were really afraid that they would be trapped here until they died. At this moment, the Huahuang sword flew over. In the end, we are still inexperienced. Isn't this small matter easy to deal with? It's just increasing demon chi. We only need to pluck 2 of Zhao's feathers. The Huahuang sword flew here and there, a little gloating. Definitely pure demon chi. Chirp 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 chirp. When Xiao heard that she was going to pluck her feathers, her fighting spirit was aroused and her feathers stood up like a rooster. Chirping, she flew up into the air like a ball of flame. Plucking my feathers. That's too painful. I saw with my own eyes how mother plucked the feathers of many demon beasts. After plucking them, she put them into a pot. Is mother going to cook me and eat me? Chirp chirp. Shao doesn't taste good. Chirp 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 chirp. Shao flew away quickly. However, he was in the Tower of Annihilation. Even if he tried to escape, where could he escape to? Putting aside the fact that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, just the fact that he was the lord of this realm meant that he could approach little Zhuo Xiaoduo with just a thought. It was impossible to escape from Zhuo Xiaoduo's grasp in this space. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly coaxed Shao back. Shao, be good. Now father and mother are in danger. Maybe we'll be cooked and eaten by bad guys. We need Shao's feathers to protect us. Chirp chirp. Shao felt wronged and scared. She widened her eyes. You're not going to eat me. Shao is the most obedient child. How can we bear to eat her? Shao is our precious baby. Chirp chirp. Shao flapped her wings a few times and calmed down. Rubbing her little head on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face, she asked worriedly, You're really not going to eat me? Shao doesn't have much meat. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's repeated swearing and persuasion, Shao finally agreed generously. Just two. Just two. Shao squatted down obediently and raised her butt. Gritting her teeth and trembling, she said, Don't pluck my butt feathers. They're thick and painful. Then, where should I pluck them? The wings. Pluck the ones behind the wings. Don't pluck the ones in front. They're ugly. Shao was trembling all over. Pluck them gently. The three-legged golden crow was different from other birds. Occasionally, they would shed feathers. However, every feather of the three-legged golden crow could grow into an innate spiritual treasure. Plucking 2 strands of hair was like peeling off half a layer of skin for the current Xiao Xiao. Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed a feather on one of Xiao's wings, pressed down on Xiao with one hand, and plucked forcefully. Ah! Xiao opened her mouth and struggled violently. Her eyes bulged, her feathers were messy, and her hair stood on end. She screamed and spat out a large ball of Grand Sun True Fire, which hit the Huang sword in front of her. She was bathed in fire and achieved the Fire Sword achievement. The Huang sword. I strongly suspect that this kid is taking revenge on me. She hurriedly dodged to the side. A feather appeared in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed, Damn! This feather. It's really a first-class item. It's so amazing. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.